All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cap, everybody. It is June 3rd. Sorry, I lost my Tuesday, June 3rd. We are back in Idaho tonight. Guys, we've been talking about it on and off for 2.5 years plus. It's come up again recently about the possibility. Now that we know that Ann has brought forth the possibility of alternate suspects, it's coming out. Well, I wondered, and many people have said the same, is Brent Kopacka one of those alternate suspects? Well, we're going to talk about it tonight, guys. So please grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here, please, and have a conversation with me about that. Share this out. Please make sure to hit that like button. And when you share it out, let everybody know what we're doing in here. I can't wait to get into this one, guys. Of course, the link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody that wants to join us tonight and express your views on this subject. You know what comes next. Let's do this thing, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Great again to see you all again tonight. Thank you guys for those of you that joined us this morning for the morning show. It was great to see you there. But wonderful to have you back here as well. For those of you that we don't get to see in the mornings, it's great to see you here. This is a conversation piece that's been coming up again and again, more recently since all the new stuff has come out in Idaho. We all remember who Brent Kopacka is. Early on in the investigation, he got thrown into this pretty quickly due to, well, quite a few different little flags that popped up in this. And myself, has looked into this, the possibility of it. And then again, and it got quiet. I kind of said, it's a bad situation. I don't know that there's involvement here. Who knows? But then more stuff came up. So then we get Ann Taylor dropping documents talking about alternate suspects. Wow. You got to wonder. As we all know how this looked and how it comes off, with the seriousness and severity of the attacks, the wounds, the types of wounds. One of the main things that draws a lot of people to Brent is the fact that he was trained in hand-to-hand contact. He was in the military, of course, and knife fighting. That's interesting. So it makes you look at it. Makes you think about it. So we're going to talk about it tonight. And of course, like I said, the link has been in the top of the chat. If anybody wants to join us tonight, talk about it, look into it with us and express your views, your opinions, and your theories on it, please do. These conversations always turn out pretty good, regardless of what we're talking about. So I'm grateful to see you all in here tonight. 45 people so far in the house, 26 likes. Let's see if we can make that match and throw this up in that algorithm, guys. Please and thank you. I appreciate that so much. See who we got with us tonight so far. Of course, the Blue Crew doing their thing, because we all know I couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't do this without them. They are so amazing, and I appreciate each and every one of them. Miss Tandy's in the house, Seahawks fan. Raquel, welcome back to you. James Moen, hello and welcome back, my friend. Excuse me. Miss Teresa, great to see you. Good to have you here today. Nemeist, welcome back to you. Rose in the house. Miss Rowena, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. SRBB, BBBB, good to see you tonight. Miss JC and Miss J, good to see you tonight, JC. Always happy to see you. Let me see. Let me see. Mittens for Kittens, welcome back to you. Great to see you as always. In Stitches in the house. Welcome back. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Great to see you as always. Mountain Mama, welcome. Great to see you. Daniela Kiriako as well. All of you, thank you for joining us tonight. Always a pleasure. Always an honor to have every one of you. And Alicia J. Welcome back, Alicia J. Hey. Fizzy Cake fizzing in from up above. Great to see you, Fizzy. Mr. James says, Dago, thank you. Thank you for all you do for us in getting prepared. Oh, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Just dropping in for a bit. Well, I appreciate you dropping in, Busy. Always a pleasure to have you here. Come on in, guys. Make sure to hit the like button on your way through the door and share this if you will. Let everybody know what we're talking about tonight. They may want to join us too. Hello, LR. Welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Welcome. Always a pleasure. I'm sure most of you know. And is there anybody in here that does not know who Brent Kopacka is as compared to this case? If you don't, put a 1 in the chat for me, please. Good stuff, SRB. Good to know. And again, thank you to my Blue Crew for joining us tonight. Always an honor and a pleasure to have them all, because we all know I couldn't do this without them. They're amazing. So everybody knows who Brent Kopacka is then, since nobody put a 1 in the chat. Gotcha. Randy Furr back in the house. Yes, back again, my friend. Always happy to see you. Sorry, James. If you do not know who Brent Kopacka is in relation to this case, please put a 1 in the chat. If you do know who he is in relation to this case, don't worry about it. Don't put anything. I just want to see who all knows who he is. Come on in and grab a seat. Miss Raquel, great to see you. Josie West, welcome back. Thrive Off Grid, great to see you tonight. Name says, I miss a lot of lives being in Australia, but I always try and listen while I'm work. Well, I appreciate you, Name. Another friend from down under. So it's probably what, 8, 9 p.m. over there right now? Or I'm sorry, 8 or 9 a.m. Sorry. Excuse me. Your moderators are second to none. They are what I would consider. Yes, I agree, James. I have the best, and I will argue with anybody, the best team and crew on YouTube streets, in my opinion. I absolutely do, and adore each one of them. Every single one of them. So yes, I agree with you, James, on that one. Every single one of them. They are the elite. That is a fact. They're very good at what they do. Very smart. Very amazing people. Every single one of them. And thank you, James, for realizing and for putting that out there. I appreciate that very much. I don't know where Eddie is, guys. I've been worried about Eddie. If anybody has seen One Made Nut anywhere, please let us know. I hope he's okay. Um, he's been missing out. I hope nothing serious is wrong. Definitely miss him. Yes, we do. We have one hell of an amazing family, strong team for sure. Chet Donnelly, welcome. Good to see you tonight. And thank you, Fizzy, so much. I appreciate that. Good evening, Miss JC Ann. How are you tonight, dear?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you
Okay,
for
good.
joining.
I just had to switch devices and because I can't see chat on my phone when I'm on, but I can get on here on my iPad and look at chat on my phone.
Gotcha. Multi-devicing it, right?
Yes.
Understood. How are you? It's been a minute.
I,
How you
I,
doing?
I'm good. I just woke up though. It's been raining here all day, so
Oh, definite sleeping weather.
yeah.
Yeah, we finally had a beautiful day here in Northeast Ohio, but it was hotter than I actually, believe this or not, as much as I fight against it, I actually had to turn the air on finally. It was 86, I think, today.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be warmer tomorrow. And we actually had sunshine for a change. I was grateful, but because of that, when the boss lady got home, I was drug outside, and that's where I've been all day, doing the things outdoors, trying to get my stupid pool up and moving, and just all
Yeah.
on yard stuff. It's warm.
Well, we had like a complete downpour, like thunderstorm last night at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't think it's stopped since.
Mm,
Yeah.
Nebraska, huh? Gee.
Yeah.
Well, everybody
Well,
stay out of Nebraska for a while, unless you want to get wet.
yep. Welcome to it.
Yeah, yeah. What's usually what we had all that last week, and I think Thursday and Friday we're supposed to get that, which is why we wanted to get different, um, get the yard cut and all that stuff, so it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure when the next sunshine is actually. We're supposed to be like partly cloudy tomorrow, but then like the next 2 days, there's like a 45 and 55% chance of rain. So we may not be sunny again until like the weekend.
Yeah, that sucks. Well,
Yeah.
it'll be worth waiting for. And yes, I
Yeah.
have a different shirt on, Tandy. I always change my clothes constantly. Um, took a
He don't
shower.
like to be dirty.
I don't. I don't at all. I can't handle it. Penny Lane, hello and welcome back. Meg P's in the house tonight. Good to see you. Yeah, I got dirty earlier, so I had to shower again. My second one today,
Oh my gosh.
and but it's worth it because the yard was it just there's a lot every spring when we finally get in. This should have been done a month ago, but the weather has sucked so bad that we haven't really done it. It had the ability to do it. We're still putting river rock around our pool and all this other crap. It's just nonstop. We have to wait for the yard to dry out. And I have such a huge piece of property to cut. It takes forever. By the time we get to
Oh.
cutting it, we started again. So and my zero turn's been down. So we're trying to get that fixed. But we've been push mowing all this grass. So it's been taking like forever. We got it done finally, and I'm sure it's going to downpour and it's going to be a field again. I finally got the hay baled in the back there, as I call it, and we've turned the flower beds. We've trimmed everything around all of our multiple. I have an island in the middle of my yard that's got flowers and everything in it too. That's been trimmed down, and I'm exhausted. I'm telling you right now, considering I don't sleep much to begin with. Then I come in and do this, and I will sleep well tonight. That's for sure because I did a lot today. And yeah, our weather here is just it's always crappy. It's just Mother Nature. The Mother Nature that lives in Ohio is completely bipolar. She ain't never happy. Ever.
Just a Midwest. I think it's a Midwest thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I agree. Tornado warnings for Virginia, Maryland, and DC. Good Lord. If anybody lives in those areas, please be
Please,
careful, be safe.
Please stay safe. Take cover if you have to.
I hate this time of year just for that reason. I really do. Welcome, Miss Jane. Good to see you. Thank you guys all for being here. Randy, it's great to see you again. Somebody said something. Yeah, Eddie, Harsh's Eddie is a different Eddie. That's not our Eddie. We came to that conclusion a while back. Our Eddie is a different Eddie. But Harsh has his own Eddie.
Dago, I have a question
Yes,
about
ma'am.
this situation.
Please ask
Are
away.
First off, are you finding you're having more questions than answers anymore?
Absolutely. Every time a
Okay.
new document drops, there's new questions. And everybody in here, like I have Discord conversations. Like, and speaking of Discord, anybody that wants to, we've been doing a lot more with the community in the like the members chat, having these conversations. We just had a really interesting one with Moonlit and a bunch of other people the other night. Jump in that Discord with us, guys. There's plenty of room in there. And we're planning on doing more of that stuff. So we just had one the other night, the mods and a few other people. And it seems that everybody seems to agree that every time a new document or a few drop, we don't get answers. We get more questions, more and more questions from the day one of this. It's nothing but questions. And I know you've had a lot of questions, JC. You've always asked questions, you know. And again, guys, that's not a bad thing. Please understand that.
No, it's just frustrating.
Absolutely.
And
We shouldn't not understand this. We should all be able to understand this clean and clear with no problems. And none of us understand this. Never seen anything like this before in our lives. And JC, you're very true crime involved. You've gone to crime cons, you go to different things, you follow different cases, you follow cold cases, new cases, you know, different variations of cases. And have you ever seen a case like this in your entire life that you've been following this stuff?
No. This is absolutely I mean, I knew from the time that it happened that it was going to be messy just because of the nature of the situation, but not messy like this. Like, I thought it was, I don't know. I just don't understand law enforcement and how they washed their hands once they found Brian. I don't really know what their logic is on not looking for someone else. You know, and I just want to say off the bat, like, I just want to say, like, I appreciate you because you let us talk about alternate suspects such as Brent Kopacka, even though he is not with us anymore.
Right.
Because there's some people that won't let us say his name because they think that we're victim shaming. And I'm like,
no.
no, it's
Let me
trying to get to the truth of the matter. And he did, I mean, I hate to say this on the guy because God rest his soul, but he did have a relation with Brian. But my question is, what kind of a car did he drive? What was his association with this house?
That's what we all want. That's true. And let me speak to what you just said.
Okay.
We have all heard and been attacked, mostly by guilters, as we call them, for bringing forth pieces of information or questioning anything that is related to Dylan and Bethany and Brent Kopacka and anybody else that against all of his family, anything. Guys, asking questions is all we're doing. This channel and this community is a very large community, folks, very large community, and it's spread throughout YouTube onto other channels and other communities. We all share communities, okay? And we're all here for the one thing. And the one main thing that we've been here from day one for is the truth. We want the truth, and we feel that these 4 victims, the true victims of this crime, deserve true justice, okay? And there's a man that's sitting in custody right now for this, Brian Kohberger, and we want to make sure, because again, I've said it before, I don't care if Brian did this or didn't do this. The thing is I want to make sure that they know that he actually is the one that did it. And it doesn't seem that way at this point with everything we've seen. And again, truth, folks, truth. and real justice for the victims and their families is what is deserved here. And if that man didn't do this, and they're going to put him in front of a firing squad, that's murder as far as I'm concerned. So that's not doing anything any good, any better, and no, it's not giving any justice to the victims in this crime. Period. Now, as far as Dylan and Bethany go, the only victims I believe they're victims of this circumstance. Okay, that's it. Whether they involved themselves or not. So, and witnesses to an extent. Okay, they're not victims of the crime. They weren't attacked. They weren't even looked at.
They've never been.
They've never been.
Never been.
So I'm real tired of hearing.
I don't know. And whatever happened to working from the inside out? They were on the inside. And I've heard people saying, and I told you this earlier, I messaged you or something, and I said, I think there's people out there that still think they were asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
there
like,
are.
oh
there
my Lord.
Are. Yes, ma'am. They're absolutely.
I finally just asked the question. I said, well, if they were asleep, then how do you explain the text messages and the text messages that were released?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I coddled, I'm not gonna lie, I coddled them girls until I saw that.
We all coddled them, JC, because it was wrong to speak about them. We were told, oh my God, you can't do this. And a lot of us didn't speak on them. Okay, I did a little, but not very much. And because I was trying to be respectful and this and that.
I was giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, of course. Well, when all that came out, it's been 2 months now. That was it. Game over for me. I'm done. You proved what we've all thought of for 2.5 years now. This is the deal. What are you doing? What were you doing? Why were you doing it? Why? Okay. And I'm done with that. I'm done with the coddling. I'm done with the bullshit. I'm tired of people. I'm tired of hearing it. And I think the rest of my team and my crew agree with this, and probably most of the rest of you. I think we're all tired of hearing the victim shaming bullshit. Okay. Because we're not.
And the number one, and like we've said before, the number one man that should know this and should be suspicious of this is still sticking up for them.
And hasn't asked one question. Does that make any bit of sense?
I don't get it.
No.
Maybe crime isn't his thing. Maybe he doesn't, understand it all, but he sure acts like he does. I'm sorry to say, but I don't mean to be mean to the guy, but he sure acts like he is on top, I mean, he's pretty much the spokesperson for all the families. He's the only one that's been completely outspoken.
Well, he's become the spokesperson for the case. To be honest with you, he goes, as I called it, Steve's world tour. He comes out, documents get dropped, all this stuff happens, and it starts. And this is what I saw. I don't know if you saw it, okay? And don't worry, folks, we're going to get to Brent here shortly. But these conversations need to be had so that people understand everybody's feelings on this, okay? When all that stuff came out with the text messages, the insane 911 call. Welcome, Ruth Ackland. Good to see you. William Doyle, good to see you. Hold on, JC, 1 second. I want to make sure I catch up with everybody. Larry McWilliam, welcome back, brother. Good to see you again. Jane, Gianna Gambino, Paisan, good to see you, my dear. Water Otter, I love that name. Welcome back. Let me see. Chet Donnelly, of course, Thrive Off Grid. All of you that I haven't caught up with, I will catch up with you. Karen Edith, welcome back. All of you, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And please make sure that you hit that like button, please, on your way in. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing and talking about. And let's get this in that algorithm so everybody can see this, guys. We got 111 people with 60 likes. Come on now. We can do a little bit better. At least hit the likes for JC, if not for me, guys. We can do that. So, when this all, every time that, or when that all came out, everybody started looking at Brian going, no, I don't know. Even the guilters, a lot of the guilters were going, wait a minute, that ain't right. Something's wrong. And if you noticed, then we got Steve that comes out and does his narrative drive. Okay, driving that damn narrative. We got to make sure Brian stays guilty. We got to make sure Brian looks guilty. We got to make sure Brian's guilty. Then Dateline comes out with their hit piece. We got to make sure Brian's guilty. Brian's guilty, 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 guilty. Does that not look funny to you, JC, and anybody else? The way that just kind of fell into play like that, it's kind of crazy to me.
Oh yeah.
So it seems to happen every. Excuse me.
But in the beginning, he said that he was. See, in the beginning, he said that he was open to what if he wasn't the one. And
There was others involved. Yep.
And Christy said, I think he's the one. And now it seems they've kind of flip-flopped.
Well, I haven't heard her say any different, but he did have an open mind to this when Brian Hinton asked him, Steve, are you open to the fact that there could be others involved in this? Absolutely. She said no. Yeah. Brian did it. He's the one. End the story. He won't even think about it now. And like Sarge brought up the other night, why does it have to be Brian? Why? Why are you so dead set on this kid, this man, being the one that committed this crime and nobody else? When we know.
Because it fits the narrative.
And it has to fit that narrative for some reason, JC. They have to stick to this narrative. And I want to know what the answer to that is.
I think it has to do with because he was a criminology student.
It could. It could be. It could be. Welcome, Cat Lady. Good to see you tonight. And Phil is in the house. Great to see you both.
And he was like easy to go after. And because they're like, oh, he knows all this stuff. He's been studying how to get away with it. Blah, blah, blah.
Agreed. There's many reasons we could see that, in my opinion. And there's also many reasons why we shouldn't see that way too. Okay. There's so many red flags, guys, that are popping up all over the place and they're not going nowhere. Okay. And I get everybody, I see these guilters that come at me. I get emails, I get messages and comments in my after the show and so forth. And that's okay. I love the guilters too. I appreciate your views. I appreciate your opinions and I respect your opinions. Okay. But they come at me and say, well, you're going to say this, this, and that about him. Why don't you see this? Because it's been debunked. The document that they gave us that told us all about what Brian did, that told us everything that proved that Brian did this is garbage. It's garbage. It's toilet paper as far as I'm concerned. You can see through it, folks. It has become trash. And that came out of the prosecution's mouth that it's irrelevant at this point. Why is it everything that they have put forth in this case to bring this man to trial, to convict him, to get him in custody, all of the things that they have done to get him in their custody they're not even relevant anymore. The sheets, they're willing to get rid of that. Really? That was the one thing they had on him. I thought that stupid bit of DNA that I don't, at this point, I'll be honest with you, and people think I'm crazy. I don't even trust that it was his DNA on the sheets now.
You've said that.
And I'm going to stick to that. And I'll tell you why one more time. For those of you that may not know this, for those of you that are in the back that can't hear, they didn't send the sheets out to test it to Othram. They didn't send that piece of evidence out. They took a buccal swab from something. They say it was the sheets. We don't have proof of that. And sent that out. So you tell me, after everything that has come in front of us and everything that has been presented to us, why I should believe that swab came from that sheath. You tell me that. Anybody. Because I don't. Not with everything else that we've seen. I do not believe that at this point. I'm sorry.
So, there's people out there too that are like, every time the state comes out with something, Anne just isn't happy with it and she'll never be happy with it. No, she's just asking questions and trying to. I mean, I was, I think you may have been the same in the beginning. Like when they first found him, I was like, oh man, this guy's going down. Like he's done, he's cooked, whatever. But then when, like Willie said, like, he's like, I'm like, what did you think when they first arrested him? He said, I just think he snapped. And I said, so what made you think that he didn't? He said the PCA came out.
Yep. And that was given to us.
I'm like, whoa. And then, I've, he asked questions and kind of made me think other, like, I'm like, wow, this guy's really asking questions, and people aren't able to, they're just going at him for asking the questions. And I'm like, that's not the right thing to do. And now I'm, kind of on, I looked at everything that, the guilters say, and I'm like, well, and then this whole, the text messages and the 911 call came out, and I'm like, wow, like that kind of answers a lot, but still have a lot of questions. And then the 911 call came out, and
That's a big one. That's a big one.
yep.
Sorry.
I'm like, what did we wait for 2 years on that? Like,
Well, and that's a big question too, JC. Now that you brought that up, why did we wait? Why did we have to wait 2 years, 2.5 years, almost 3 years to get that information? Why was that withheld? If they're not hiding anything, if there's no corruption involved in this whatsoever, if this is exactly what happened, why was all that information withheld then?
because we knew that other people went over to the house before 911 was called. We knew that.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that Hunter Johnson was, there. But I guess when it came out, it was like, why did Hunter go in the house with a knife? Like, did they think that, or get a knife when he went in?
Well, yeah, start with
And
that,
how
JC.
on earth, my biggest question, this is just so crazy, is how do you step over a body, like apparently like Dylan did or whatever, see Xana the way she is, and not see the red stuff?
I don't believe that happened. I told you guys.
How are you not seeing? And even in the 911 call, why are you not mentioning the red stuff at all?
You
Can
didn't
you
mention.
imagine
You didn't
going
mention
to a crime
anything.
scene thinking that it's just for a little drunk 20-year-old that was passed out, like one or maybe two people, and then stepping into what they stepped into? That was
Well,
not, because that 911 call was not a fair heads up to the EMS,
yeah,
in my opinion.
good
But
point. Good point. And in the daylight too, Kelly said too. And going back to what you said, guys, to touch on that real quick, I've made a statement as to what I think happened. We saw Judge Hitler's statement affidavit that was put out about the grand jury testimony and what he surmised that everything was. And it states in there at some point that between the text messages, we see this between Bethany and Dylan, that Bethany tells Dylan to run downstairs to her room. Hurry up, okay?
mhm.
Because they're scared. They're terrified. They're terrified.
What are they
They're
terrified
terrified. They're
of?
so terrified they'd stayed in that house for 8 hours after this happened. But anyway, they're terrified. They're terrified because their friend passed out from drinking the night before. It makes no sense. But okay. It says that Dylan ran by to run to Bethany's room. And she glanced, it says, those are the words, and noticed Xana laying on the floor. And on down she goes. What I think happened, if that's even remotely true, is that she came by, looked over, and said, Xana, is that you? No response. Xana, is that you again? No response. And walked towards her and possibly even knelt down and shook her, saying, are you okay? What's going on? What are you down here for? What's wrong? And no response. And I promise you, JC, I promise you, with everything that's holy, that she saw the giant puddle of blood that Mabbott said was on that floor surrounding that body.
She
Okay.
had to
Not to
have had.
mention Ethan on the bed bleeding out as well.
Yeah, that's just.
There's no way you didn't see that. And there's no way that she glanced at a 15-foot distance from where she
And
was to
then,
that room and saw that was Xana without doing that, in my opinion.
oh,
So, did you say something I missed? You still there? You there? You still there, JC? She muted. Okay. Something might have happened. Maybe, Mr. Larry, maybe. And that's a great point, SRB says. Wouldn't it have been more terrifying to stay? But no, they stay with no call to anyone except for the other roommates in the house, Emily and Hunter. No call for help. They're terrified, though. They're so terrified, they said something to Hunter to make him run in the house and grab a knife to go check on their friend that's passed out from drinking the night before. Make that make sense. Anyone. It don't. And you can't. You still there, JC?
I am. Can you hear me okay? Sorry,
Yeah.
I think my internet might have been glitching for a second.
Oh, probably the rain. You're good. You're good.
But
welcome, Satiris.
But then again, if they were trying to call Maddie and weren't they trying to call Maddie and Kaylee as well?
They were trying to call everybody
if
in
they
the house.
weren't answering, why in the hell would they not go up and check on them?
Well, do you really think they didn't? Just a question.
I don't think I do think they did, but why would you act like why would you want it to be like you didn't go check on them, because that's sus as well.
I heard a theory earlier. I played something during the morning show and it caught my attention. It was a little bit interesting. It's something I never thought of. And I got to wonder. The guy that said it stated that he had a bunch of different reasons and theories as to why he believed things happen. One of them was that the two roommates knew what happened, but didn't want to be the ones to call police because they didn't want police looking at them funny. So they were hoping to possibly wait for somebody else, since it was such a wide open home. Everybody was coming and going all the time. They were hoping for somebody else to pop in and to realize what happened. Therefore, they wouldn't have to. And then they wouldn't have to answer any questions. But that never happened. So then at some point, they just had to do what they had to do. That was an interesting theory to hear that, because I never thought of something like that. It's just another angle to look at, because I feel, and I have felt for quite a long time, there is involvement here, at least with one of them. Okay. Because there's too many things that don't make me uncomfortable. I don't like the fact that Dylan.
Not saying that they did it, but that they know more than they're saying.
Absolutely. I don't believe yet. I'll say that. Thank you, Randy. That Dylan and Bethany had any hands-on involvement in this. I'll say that right out of the gate. I don't believe that yet. Okay. Unless I see something, I don't think I will. But I don't like the fact that Dylan went to the Gonsalves household to bring Kaylee back here after calling and asking her to be her +1 at whatever they were going to. I don't like that at all. Okay. That's kind of a leap for me to do something that.
How far away was?
I'm not 100% sure exactly.
Was it like 2 hours?
Coeur d'Alene, I think. Yeah, I think it's a couple hour drive.
Okay.
Anybody else that might know, but it's still, that's a distance when you could have just called on the phone, got your answer. Maybe you didn't like the answer you were getting, because Christy even told us that she bounced it around. Kaylee wasn't sure she wanted to go back. She didn't really think she wanted to go back. And then finally decided, you know what, because she was bugged so many times, I'm guessing, and decided she wanted to show Maddie the new vehicle, that she was going to do it. Well, that's interesting to me. Mark and Betty, welcome. Good to see you. That's always bothered me. Okay. That's always, why didn't she take somebody else? Why didn't she go with Bethany or one of her many other friends that she had? Okay. And I know many of them, their names, but she could have went with any of them. Why did it have to be Kaylee? And Kaylee comes back. She didn't want to. She was done. Okay. She didn't need to, but she comes back and never leaves again. That was interesting to me. It still is. And I can't let go of that. Cheers to you, my friend. Google says it's about an hour and a half drive. That's still a pretty long drive to go just ask somebody to go to a damn dance with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's 3 hours round trip.
Yeah, 3 hour round trip, and there's proof she did it. She said it herself. So I have issues with that. I have always had issues from the beginning, and now it just makes it even more strong to me. King Christopher, welcome.
And someone was telling me that Bethany was staying in a hotel that night or something.
there's talk about the fact that Bethany and Dylan may have not been there.
And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Ann Taylor asked, we kind of went over the testimony that Payne gave at the May 30th hearing of 24. And Ann was asking for certain video from a hotel and the banks across the street from this hotel that night. And of course, he couldn't produce that conveniently again. Okay. And it makes a lot of people believe there's other creators that have put a theory out there that they weren't even there, that they were at this hotel. Okay. Which is, again, where they all ended up with after the murders together, not separate, not, they were just all mingled together in this hotel afterwards, which is crazy to me. Welcome, Wade. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Diego, do you think DM was told one thing, but it turned out to be more sinister? She thought it would be. Well, I'm going to tell you this, Wade. We had Kim here in the beginning, and a lot of people doubted all the things she was saying. There's a lot of things that have come forth now that prove that what Kim has said is very, very understandably reasonable, okay? Especially,
and I thought she was crazy in the beginning.
Well, everybody did. A lot of people did.
Yeah.
And, I tried to explain to people that, she's getting information, and I said, eventually it's going to be proven. Here we are. Okay, I'm not saying everything that was stated was on point. I'm saying it makes it way more believable now. And I think, in a sense, that Kim probably should get an apology for some of the way she was treated in some senses, because she was just trying to give the information she was given, and she was worried about the situation. It's a bad situation, okay? So I didn't blame her at that point. And I told her that before, many conversations I had with her about some of this stuff. And here we are. We now know that the roommates are on Snapchat and Instagram and texting people
and LinkedIn and
all of this stuff, guys. And so that makes it very obvious that it's probably true that people knew about this at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning before anybody else did. Okay. Which again goes back to the fact that the roommates knew, in my opinion. Just saying. And Dave can't, yes, Jane, thank you. Dave come out and made statements too that matched right up with some of Kim's stuff. Two separate people that don't know each other breaking the same kind of statements. And now we see these things. Miss me with the bullshit. I'm sorry, but I can't say that it's wrong. That's all I'm saying. So within all that, JC, I'm sure you remember, because you've been involved in this from the beginning too. Pretty much, I believe. Brent Kopacka's name popped up because, and I'm going to show you guys a little bit about him too, that don't know him and people that do know him, because a really horrible thing happened to him. Okay. And the way that this crime looks, it was stated in the very, very, very beginning that it looked as if it was done by military people that had military training. Then this happens. Well, I mean, most of us can add 2 and 2 is 4. 3 and 3 is 6. Okay. And it just, as much as we've tried to be respectful and stay away from certain things, you just can't sometimes, because these questions are not answered. They would never close his case. You couldn't FOIA any of the information. God bless Lana. Lana spent so much time on this.
Oh, I thought Lana was crazy in the beginning.
Well, she probably felt crazy because of the stuff she had to go through to get this information, and the things that I thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
We were told and we were seeing completely different,
Like, I think Lana and like Harsh, I was just like, I don't know about you guys. Like, what are you thinking? And now I'm like,
we've all been through that, JC. As creators, every one of us are going through this stuff. I wouldn't put a lot of this stuff out because I couldn't find verification on it. I couldn't find proof on it. Like I said, Lana, God bless her, she hammered this stuff with Brent. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And now we got, and I'm glad we have a great community of people that are working this case. Lana,
but I feel like I say, I feel bad for the ones in the beginning that were kind of against the grain, because they got a lot of a lot of pushback, and
we've all experienced it. I got it. Lana's gotten a lot of it. Harsh got it. Jules got it.
Yeah.
It's just going in circles, guys. And every one of us has done our best to bring forth truth. That's all
Well,
we're
and
doing.
like Jules, like I thought, she started coming out with all this stuff against Steve, and I'm like, girl, like this guy is, if like, whatever, like don't
Father of
be,
a victim. Yeah.
shaming him or whatever. And now I'm like, maybe there's some merit to it. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Jules knew what she was doing. She pointed that out
yeah,
a long time ago. And I
so didn't
even,
Lana.
yeah,
Lana knows what she's doing. Lana is a smart girl.
very much so. Very
Very
much.
smart.
When I came out long time ago, guys, when I was involved with that Brat Norton, you guys remember that? She started saying all these different things. She was talking to Steve, this and that, sent messages proving it because nobody believed her. Well, it was proven that he was talking to her then. Steve himself, out of his own mouth, not too long ago, said he's leaked information. What is the gain from this? I don't understand that. What is the gain that a family member is getting from leaking information on a case about his daughter's murder? I don't understand this. It doesn't make sense. I've never seen a family member of any victim is over involved as he has been with this. And this is where Jules started calling this out, going, dude, what's going on? This is not right.
Mm-hmm.
Lana, dude, what are you doing? This is not right. At some point, I finally said, dude, what are you doing? This is not right. And it's all rolled out to look like jury tainting, folks, right along with the Dateline hit piece.
I was gonna say, and then now we have Dateline.
Yeah, it's all, in my opinion, I've said this earlier, jury tainting. Why?
It's very much so.
If you're so sure that Brian Christopher Kohberger is the one that committed this damn crime, we don't need this. You don't need this. So why is it happening? Something's wrong. Big time wrong. Exactly, Jane. Exactly. And to see a family member of a victim, it's very sad to be putting out as so much misinformation. That is what the problem there is. And it's been like, literally, I could be sitting here, we've watched the interviews, and he'll say something, and we're all in the chat and here on panel going, no, wrong, no, wrong, knowing that we just watched something or read a document that states in a document that the opposite of what was said. That makes no sense to me. Welcome, Dun One. Good to see you. Clifton, wonderful to have you. I saw a couple other names. Satirius again, if you didn't hear me. Misty Jane. Isabel, welcome back to you. Wade. And DKM, good to see you as well. And anybody else I may have missed, I promise I will catch up with you. It's wonderful to have you all with us tonight. Thank you for that. We got 126 peeps in the house and still only, wait a minute, 80 likes. Come on, y'all can do better than that, please. K-Dip's in the house. Good to see you. And even in all those of you that aren't in chat, guys, thank you so much for being here, watching us. We appreciate you very much for hanging with us, guys. So please hit that like button, share it out. So, Busy said, I feel that could backfire though and make smart people that would end up on jury think that, why are you trying so hard to make him guilty? Well, I mean, it should. Truly, Fizzy, it should, in my opinion.
Especially because this is such a high stake case. And this guy is not, this guy is, being on trial for the death penalty, for death penalty and the firing squad. Like,
Yeah.
How long is it? His Idaho, did they just enforce the firing squad? Like, or did they bring it back? Like, was it a thing and then not, and now they brought it back because of this? Or
it used to be, welcome Chickbait, it used to be a thing a long time ago, I guess, and with all the issues they were having with the injection materials and stuff like that, they decided to bring this back. And I believe at this point now that it has been okayed, so on and so forth. And yeah, Mark and Betty, you're right. You can't mention Kopacka without getting jumped on, but there's way too much of a coincidence. And I don't believe in coincidences in true crime, folks. I just don't. You guys that know me, that have known me for a long time, I don't, because especially in this case, there's way too many. One or two here or there, sure, we'll talk about it. This case, no, it doesn't fit. Sorry. And yeah, Larry, you definitely can. If you send me an email, I will hook you up with how we can communicate, sir.
And also, like, I've also been thinking about this, Dago, and I've, said this before, like, how is Brian Kohberger keeping, like, if he is innocent, how is he keeping his cool, like, so well? And you said it's because he's confident that he knows that he didn't do it. Well, my other question is this. If Brian is innocent and you are the actual person or persons are on the loose, what are they thinking?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They're like, man, we are going to get away with this scot-free. Like, we have framed this man. Like, this is awesome. Like,
that is exactly what it looks like. William Doyle.
Can you imagine?
And
I would be terrified. I would be terrified to live in Moscow right now.
And anywhere around there, in my opinion,
or anywhere around there, to be honest.
And again, here's the thing, JC, is the people that did this, we don't know that they're still there. I would imagine they would.
I mean, what if Brent was the guy? Oh, Sarge, the savior of the day.
Ooh, look at that. I'm a savior.
What happened?
Move over, Jesus. Here comes Sarge.
I've been waiting.
Hey, Outcast in the chat. Good to see you, brother. What's happening, Pops? How are you tonight?
What's going on? You guys are picking on a poor dead guy.
No, I know. Isn't it horrible? We're asking
questions. He doesn't really feel any anguish or pain, so he might as well.
Yep. Yep. Wow. And like I said, it's not that we're picking on him. We're just asking questions that, in my opinion, need to be asked, that have been just like with Dylan and Bethany, Sarge. You said it before. Anytime you hit on a touchy subject, you're attacked and told, don't talk about that. And I'm just tired of that. Okay. We have questions that need answers. That's all there is.
Well, there was a statement made in court, if I'm not mistaken, that there's a suspect that can't be held to account.
Yep.
They didn't get any deeper than that in that statement, or maybe that wasn't the exact words, but it led one to believe that they were considering somebody that's now deceased.
Well, who else could not be held to account? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
Who could be above the law other than a dead person?
I mean, he's held to account, all right, because the police killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they ambushed Brian Kohberger the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, is that a coincidence, Dago?
I don't believe in coincidence, Sarge. You know that.
So
it's too much of a coincidence. Sorry.
Right, and there's things we'll probably never know.
Sure.
I don't think people really understand that no matter what it is, you're supporting people that their aims are criminal and self, and they're not in office and they're not in these positions to do the job as you expect them to do. You think that they're there to protect you and your family, and sadly, many of these people in those positions are not. They're there for their own selfish interests.
Right.
And unequipped.
It's sad. It's very, very sad, man.
It is. Here's the thing. Is welcome, chick. Thank you for joining us. And Becky. Hold on. Becky.
No matter what it is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had a mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're okay. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And
no problem.
Backwoods, good to see you as well. Outcast again is in the house, guys. Please make sure that we drop Sarge's link, which we did. Thank you, Alicia, and Outcast link. If you guys have subscribed to the channels, and Chickbait's link too. We already did that. You guys are on point, Alicia, as always. Thank you for that, as always.
No, I had to be on my TV, Dago. I had to mute my computer on the TV, so sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, Brent's DNA is in CODIS. I do believe, Isabel. I think there was yes, you did, and thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't see it. Because he had some things in his past, things like that. So I don't know.
I
don't know.
For me, it's not just the things in his past; it's the timing of his unfortunate ending. Like you said, you don't believe in coincidences, right?
Not in this
Coincidences do
scenario.
happen.
Not in this scenario. Yeah, he's right. They do happen, guys, but there's too many for me to say, okay, that's another coincidence. That's another coincidence. That's another coincidence. That's too many at this point.
Or
okay?
when Judge accidentally called Brent Kopacka.
Yeah, why did he have that name on his desk for him to be looking at his desk to say that name? That was Judge. That was interesting. I'll say that much. But
yeah, Lake County. Yeah.
I honestly think Judge would have had this case dismissed by now. It wouldn't be where it is right now.
I can probably agree with you on that, Chief.
Judge would have ended this because there's no evidence to support the accusation against Brent.
Right.
It's all it's not even circumstantial. It's purely a story of circumstances that they're telling you.
Well-proven story of circumstances, which if you kept working at the storyline, you could make it fit, but the puzzle don't fit.
Yeah,
Judge would have ended this, and he would have ended that because he was aware, and he told the prosecutor right to their face that this is a highly circumstantial case. And there is no evidence connecting Brent Kohberger to those victims, nor to that home, nor even to the street that they claim he drove on. There's no evidence to show that.
And the case, as you know, and I think you'll agree with me, was built from fitting it to Brent Kohberger versus finding a suspect.
Oh, yeah.
Right, to the exclusion of all else. That's the investigator's biggest threat, is to the exclusion of all else. They focus on one thing or one person.
Yeah.
It's not, and that doesn't intend or even suggest criminal intent. It's being fair enough with the police to say that this happens a lot, where they hyper focus on Dago to the exclusion of all else, and everything they see, and people on the internet prove this. Everything they see in Brian, they see through the backdrop of he did it. Therefore, if I show you a picture of him in a mirror, it proves he did it. To the exclusion of all else, which is common sense, to the exclusion of all else is contrary information. So, there's lots of people that do this.
I want to see his exact car, that exact set of license plate, one in the back, none in the front. Maybe a picture of him there in the car. Anything like that would totally change.
We're never going to see that, chick. Never. Because
I know we won't.
We've seen that already. And I'm sure everybody in here can agree with this. They'd have showed us that the first month that they had that information, if that was true.
Yep.
No, they had to match the car, and WSU kind of swept in immediately with, we saw a car that night. Like, wow.
There's too many cars that we're seeing that they're trying to say are Brian's, and they're not. Brian wasn't even in that area. The one car they didn't see was Brent Kohberger's, but they saw all these other cars. There's the problem. And I'll be honest with you guys, I've said this before, and I think Sarge has said it too. He feels the same way. I don't believe that the people that committed this crime, the people, mind you, because I know there's more than one, in my opinion, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't even have a car there. If there was a car, it was over on Walenta or somewhere else.
You did not need a car for this.
Or on foot, in my opinion. So,
if you're a criminology student to the PhD level, why would you bring a car knowing that there's cameras? Why would you bring your phone knowing, there's so many questions I have.
Well, JC, if Brent Kohberger is a cloud forensics expert, which he did say he was interested in,
what are you going to school for?
Then why would you take your own car?
Why would he do any of the things they're saying he did?
Well, I made that point, though. Just listen, I said a long time ago, there's a trillion ways you can connect Kohberger to this crime.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way you can't connect them is the one that's being presented to us, the public, and the court.
Yeah.
But here's the problem with that, Sergeant. You can connect anybody. Just take anybody, like Jack Decor. He didn't do it, right?
Well, it's Jack Decor's DNA in the crime scene.
No, well, we don't know. They didn't test all the DNA.
All right. Well, that's so again, what I'm saying is you can actually, once they got Kohberger's name,
they
should have legitimately sought an honest connection between, not these hyperbolic fucking could be, would it, should it be. Their first analysis was wrong. 2 white cars left WSU, one headed south and one headed towards Moscow. And the one that headed towards Moscow is the one they're claiming is Brian Kohberger's car that went off the air, and it's not.
Nope.
I am not
And
going to
it's
say
proven
they're
it. So
Sergeant. I'm not going to say that like they're fully dumb investigating. They just used it totally evilly, right? Like they knew Brian Kohberger from like different stops that he had, and they could read him like they can play him like a piano, right? He must have weird photos on his phone. He's a weirdo, right? And they knew he would fit the criteria of being weird, and therefore he's dispensable.
I think it's more than that, Chick. I know what you're saying. I think there's more to it than that, though.
I don't see where anybody can even consider the kid weird.
I don't think
makes
he's
him weird.
Don't. I think he comes. I mean, I know in certain aspects, some people might think that.
Oh,
but
yeah, I mean, what I meant by that, can I clarify?
yes,
Is with the ASD diagnosis and the way he talked about crosswalks, etc. You know,
We don't. What do you mean talk about crosswalks?
well, and that one call, because he's from a different state, I thought that was perfectly normal, and everybody tried to.
no, I mean, but
he was pulling out with the interview when the cop pulled him over and he wanted more info.
Yeah.
yeah,
was gonna say,
I disagree. I don't think he's completely weird. I don't want to sound like I think he's.
no, I
weird.
know what you meant. You're good.
Okay.
But I know what you're saying is that they.
The
Probably
only
looked
reason
at
he made a good suspect is because the FBI gave up his name. That's it.
Well, I mean, Pullman didn't want to work with him. You know, like he's the out of towner.
But we don't know that. We don't see. You're going on the assumption.
I know that is an assumption, and you're right. There's a lot of facts in this case that come across as facts that I can't distinguish as facts. I can't verify it.
Yeah. So when you take just the facts and verify the facts, he's actually an above normal autistic, and that women approach him. He interacts with women. There's no real issue as far as we could tell with any interaction with women at all, ever, other than fake stories being put out by the media.
Or you watch the Dateline thing, and the girl's like, "Oh, he likes hiking," and it was like pretty like rigid.
I've come to the conclusion
That's
that
not weird.
The
No,
Dateline
it's not weird at all.
The Dateline thing blew up in their face because I think it worked opposite for them, and it proves that Brian wasn't the person they're trying to call him, the incel, the weird person. Everything he did there, I've done and would do. Okay.
No, I agree.
Would have normal stuff, so that blew up in their face, in my opinion.
So I'm saying they didn't know anything about Brian Kohberger per se, as far as I can tell based on what we know, except for the FBI named him, and that's all it took for them to run with that name, and they hyper focused on that name to the exclusion of anything else. There's many DNA samples that are present.
I think
and they
JC has
excluded
something
it.
to say.
What's that?
I think JC has something to say.
Go ahead, JC.
I just think because, I mean, if the FBI names him, like, that's going to be a reason to run with it. But I don't know. I'm just listening.
That's all that they're going to be using. That's all they're trying to. But
Yeah,
see,
but
the thing is it can't get past the rest of us everyday people that look at this and go, no.
They wanted somebody. They
my
got somebody.
question is how did they land on Kohberger then? Like,
That's the question of the year. That's the the golden
But
question.
Brian Kohberger was of interest to the FBI in Pennsylvania. We talked about this the other night, Dago.
I missed this part then. Go on.
He was of interest in something. A woman was found dead. A jogger was found dead in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And his parents were brought to a grand jury. So his existence was known to the FBI and the FBI exclusively.
Oh, okay. So you're saying
Right? So,
The other case, yeah.
so I'm saying that it's likely that there's parts of Brian Kohberger that are known only to the FBI, maybe things that are true, but they can't really arrest him for it.
So you're
Maybe
saying
they know his affiliation with other crimes, maybe even murders of women. This is very possible here. They had his name, and then they gave his name to Idaho, and then Idaho, to the exclusion of all the other evidence that was literally every doorway they went through was another slap in their face. More evidence showing other perpetrators, and they ignored it because the FBI gave them Brian's name.
Sergeant, can I ask you a question? Because I was under the impression, as you know, the media lies, that PA thought in hindsight after Idaho, about these PA cases, but you're saying that the PA cases came before, and that's how they knew of him.
Yeah, the murder in Pennsylvania happened prior.
Okay.
Yeah, it was something, and it was already proven that he had nothing to do with it thus far.
Then they came out and said Brian Kohberger was being looked at for a crime in Pennsylvania. As to the events being that was done after he was arrested or prior, I can't say for sure, but I get the very strong suspicion
it was prior. It was
prior to this case, because her murder happened a year earlier.
Her murder happened, but he wasn't looked at until after he was arrested here.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm like, they looked back at PA and thought maybe he's connected to other things.
When he was arrested here, they were like,
but here's what we're making the assumption that they didn't have his name on their list already for that back in Pennsylvania. Now that they publicly came forward after his arrest is not. I know it's after his arrest, Lucy, but that doesn't mean that his name wasn't on some kind of a list.
Why would they let him drive with his dad from Washington to PA?
To watch what he does, to see what he's doing, to see where he's going. If he's going to
You're America's Most Wanted. Why would you?
Well, again, they were probably following it. I still think the 2 Indiana stops were done purposely. I think they were following him to see if he was going to dump anything or if he's going to go any different directions.
Oh, yeah. The 2 stops were like a total lie. BS.
And I think that's why they allowed for it to go, because they didn't have enough. They didn't have anything at that point to do anything with him. So they couldn't stop. They couldn't, do anything at that point. And they still didn't have anything. You saw what they had to do to get him in Pennsylvania. So
they didn't even take him out of the car in Indiana.
No, because the stops were stupid. He was following too closely.
Yeah. But I mean, like, there was no chance to get DNA off the car or anything like at that point, like nothing.
That may be Lucy. That may be, but they also had his parents come in to testify at a grand jury.
Yeah.
There's something that implies more than just all of a sudden Brian Kohberger's name comes up and the FBI just latches onto it. And, oh yeah, he might be the guy. Now, I can see them doing that, but I think that the events that we're aware of suggests that Brian's name was in the FBI's possession before he was arrested for this case.
Yeah, but I believe the media is trying to throw the case off with all the attention, like Dateline, etc. And I'm wondering who's trying to throw it: the prosecution, the defense.
Grand juries are secret, and you don't know when they're seated.
Yeah.
Usually a grand jury is just unknown how long it's been seated and how many cases. I mean, they could be seated for 6 months, but you don't know what cases are being brought to them.
Right. It's all very, very, very interesting the way.
And there again is another coincidence. Do you think it's coincidental that Brian's parents or Brian was considered a potential suspect in this case, to the point of why would they bring his parents to present to a grand jury?
I don't have an answer for that.
$24,000 question, right?
Yeah,
They were talking about the Dana Smithers case, SRB,
right?
So that you're understood. Thank you, Heather, for that too. But yeah, it is interesting, and it's an interesting theory. It truly is. It makes sense.
Right. I don't know that it's arguably true, but it's a coincidence, like the Brent Kopacka coincidence.
Yeah.
And we don't read like coincidences in my book.
They do happen, but it's it seems like there's so many in this case. They're going to go after.
So, Sergeant, if I'm correct, last week I was unpacking an apartment and stuff. Like I was busy with life and stuff. So I was reading that the parents of Kohberger, the Kohberger parents, were called back in to testify again on something else. Can you clarify anyone for me?
That was the only thing I know of is the grand jury based on the Dana Smithers case. Is the only time I knew that they were called in to testify.
Nothing recent.
Not that I know of. I haven't seen any documents or anything or heard anything about it. So it could be just a rumor because there's a lot of those out there.
Okay.
Yes, Heather, I do think that he would know he was on a list. Of course he could. Of course. Listen. Yeah, when you're under investigation, the idea that you're under investigation means they're doing a bad job, or it's a very minor thing. But if they're seating a grand jury to investigate you wouldn't know that at all.
Not a secret indictment. No, you wouldn't.
And so, of course, he would continue on doing what he would normally do, including apply for work at a police department. Yeah, I don't see that to be.
There's plenty of secret indictments that go out every day, folks, that have no idea that they've been indicted. until they
That's
get
what I
locked
think
up.
they should have done to Brian Kohberger. They should have seated a grand jury and ran an investigation through a grand jury, not just issue a quadruple homicide arrest warrant for the guy.
I mean,
That would have made more sense. Truly.
theoretically, if he was responsible for anything in Pennsylvania, they should have gotten him way before this Idaho thing.
Well,
which I don't think he did.
I still think that they, and I said this from the beginning, that whole December 19th statement where that's when they knew who he was. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit to me. I think they knew who Brian was way before that. They did know who he was. I have that. That's a fact to me. Okay. And whatever their plan was, whether it was to build this narrative and run this whole thing the way they're doing it, if that's what it was, that's what it was. I get it. But
well, I mean, they had me at White Elantra, you know.
They definitely knew who he was before December 19th. I'm just saying. So,
I agree.
Well, I'm going to run this here, guys. This is to get rolling into the Kopacka situation here and why. This is the full audio from what happened with his situation. I'm going to explain why and what with this, guys. So if you can hear it, hopefully it sounds loud enough for you guys. But if you have any audio issues, let me know.
Get your echo fixed? Nope. Your echoing is not fixed.
Because we're talking right now.
No, because you're presenting.
I have to present it with audio because it's all audio.
So I'm sorry.
Okay. We just have to mute. That's all.
If you could activate SWAT, we need people to respond for a barricaded male with a gun.
2054. 0647. I'm going to be en route to go get a shield. Did you want us to start working on getting the parking lot so nobody can come in or out?
Yes, but that's a lower priority. Maybe you can have the Sierra unit work on that.
Copy. 330-47, did you copy? Good. If it's possible, can you repeat? That was really scratchy. 2101.
406.
Go ahead.
How many do you have working?
Quattro.
Copy. We need all of you but one at 1000 Laytop, top floor.
Copy. 0647, confirming you just want one shield.
If you're able to bring both, but one would be good.
Copy. Also, we do have a negotiator here at work today.
Coleman 464.
Go ahead.
46675764 on duty at the station.
2104.
Medic 31.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you create a case number? We're doing a transfer from PRH to Regency.
Firm, I'm just about to pull in.
Copy. The complainant should be somewhere at the north end of the parking lot or towards Benoit in a red SUV also.
Good.
If you can work on getting as much background info as you can there.
Copy. 4647, I have his contact number. The RP. Affirm. Copy, can you text it to me? Affirm.
This is a third-party RP entry for the one.
Pullman 4647. 2106.
Any units coming to the third floor, make sure you come in south stairwell, the bishop side.
Gabby. Holman 467 arrived.
2109. 47 on scene. 2109.
Calling 457 as the air close.
Negative.
Copy, you can assign me to the communications call.
2109.
Pullman 406.
Good.
If you could close Pullman there for my call and have everybody else go to Sierra.
This frequency is closed for emergency traffic only. 2110. 0646.
Good.
Sounds like he's possibly schizophrenic also.
Good.
One of the employees for this complex is here, wants to know if I need keys.
Go again.
Do we want to have keys for the apartment?
Affirm. We also have a door code, but the more options, the better.
Copy. What apartment number?
311-311.
Copy. They're en route.
Holman 464, I'm out.
2113.
0657. Records wants to know where you want SWAT to stage.
On Benoit near Latah.
Copy.
4667.
Good.
Can you ask roommate if his unit has a balcony? Looks like there's a couple different designs.
Okay, now I just wanted to start that off with that, okay, so you guys can hear. This is actual 911 dispatch audio between law enforcement in Pullman that night, that morning, whatever you want to call it, and when this all went down. Okay, this is what we heard. It doesn't make sense. I'm just going to say that first and foremost. So just give me a minute here. Because we could sit there all night and listen to that until you understand the basis of why I'm showing it to you. Just give me one moment here. And maybe we will go back to that, but it would take us forever. Like I said, Truth and Transparency did a lot on this. She did an amazing job with it. 1 second here. I'm sorry. 1 minute. All right. Now, hang on a minute here. Now, this next thing I'm going to show you, this is from June 29th of 2022. June 29th. Okay. This was body cam footage. So this will, hey, Walt, this was before. Okay. Before.
Hey, I'm dying. Like, whatever you keep.
Okay, so here's the timestamp, which at this point, that doesn't mean anything anymore. Outcast has proved that. And many others. June 29th of 22, just to show you that. And it's telling you to listen to the officer's voice in this. This is a lot of stuff leading up to this is quite interesting, just to let you know.
We're out with him at room 315. Can you sit down for me?
Yeah, it's burning the floor. I don't know what it is, but
Did you take anything tonight?
no, nothing at all. No drinking, nothing.
Sierra 331.
Can you sit on your butt for me, bud?
Yeah, no.
What's your name?
There is no smoke
Hi, Brett.
or anything. Medics can come in
Can you
and
take some
evaluate.
deep breaths with me?
Yeah, but whatever it is, it's serious.
Okay.
I had the window open and it was
Do you need a go?
Alright, yeah, just try.
Yeah.
Taking some deep
Do you want to
breaths.
see the medics?
No, I think I should be okay, but what was
What?
what was that he put over
Do
the
you?
door?
I don't see anything.
This is
Do you want us to check the room?
They're full of whatever he put over the door.
Do you want us to check the room?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and the bags have all the towels and stuff in there, and they've got a residue. He definitely put something on the floor.
Who's he?
What happened to your arm, Brett?
Oh, that's like some kind of stubborn. That's what I'm calling it. Where'd you go?
There wasn't anybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You guys know what you do.
Is your name Brent or Brett?
Yeah, Brett.
Brent?
Yep.
Can you tell me who he is?
Okay, so he is my ex-girlfriend's sister's brother.
Your ex-girlfriend's sister's brother. Does he have a name?
I don't remember it, to be honest with you.
Did you see him tonight?
No.
Okay.
I refuse to look out the door or anything like that.
Why do you believe it's him?
Because him and his girlfriend have been trying to, he's done this more than once. Stuff like this. So,
By the way, yeah, this is the same officer that stopped Brian in October, the female police officer, for people that were wondering. Yes.
he's just really upset at me, and he's, like I said, doing this more than once, and I just can't believe you guys are believing.
And what do you believe that he did tonight?
I watched, so I put a towel there, and then all of a sudden the towel started went around. I felt it, and it was like crust, and I hit hard one, and I smelled it. It was like kind of like that didn't do much, but then he started. It was like dumping something, and I'm telling you, it was there. The floor is super sticky.
Okay.
It's hot. You can put your hand on it. It's hot.
We can go inside and look if that'd be all right with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you don't have your room key?
Yeah, I can go get right here.
Where are you going?
To go get the room key
Where is it?
in the room.
This is your room.
Yeah, I know, but I forget it anymore.
Where are you going to get that?
The front desk.
Okay.
What is he in the room?
Is he in the room?
No, I forget his name. Oh, that's right. He didn't have it.
Do you want us to go back and get your spare room key? Brett? You want to wait out up here? You're kind of shaking and stuff. Is it okay if we just have medics come in, check your vitals, make sure you're doing all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Give me a go, guys.
We can get the room key for you, if that'd be okay.
Yeah,
And we can check out the room, make sure everything's all right. Do you feel safe? Do you want to go get the room key? Do you feel safe staying in here tonight?
I mean, they were here for 3 or 4 hours, trying to get me to come out of the room.
Mm-hmm. What are they saying?
They would do things like, wait for me to turn my light on, or they would go around with their cell phone and call mine to see if it would go off, to listen for it, and they would call my phone over and over again. Stuff like that.
Okay. Have you had any alcohol tonight?
No.
Have you had any drugs, any narcotics,
No.
prescription medicine?
No.
Should you be taking any prescription medicine?
Mind you guys, Brent had very bad PTSD, some physical issues due to serving in the military, the things he did for the, when he was over there, but very bad PTSD. So there's that. Just understand some of what is going on here with this, okay?
Medicine?
No.
No? Do you feel okay?
Yeah.
Besides,
Yeah, I was just started sweating real bad and I started to breathe.
where do you live at?
Out in Pullman.
In Pullman?
Yeah, 1455 Northeast Bend.
What apartments are those?
The Pimlico.
Pimlico? What unit number, if you remember? Pimlico, though?
Yeah.
How long have you lived there?
Like 6 months now.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got 2 babies. This tastes so nasty.
Say again?
It tastes really nasty in my mouth.
Okay, hopefully we can get you some water when we go into the room. You said your name's Brent?
Yeah.
Do you have a middle initial?
L.
L? What's your last name?
Kopacka. K-O-P-A-C-K.
K-O-P-A-C-K?
Yep.
Kopak?
Yep.
Okay. What's your birthday?
10-4-86.
Do you have a license?
Yeah.
In Washington, Idaho?
Washington.
In Washington.
I mean, they were up here knocking on people's doors. I listened to what he was saying. He was saying he was just making up lies, trying to get people to give him information. But no one knows.
What information does he want?
He wanted to know, he wanted to get in the room.
In your room specifically?
Mm-hmm.
What did you believe he wanted in the room?
He wanted to kill me. He's been saying it forever.
He wanted to kill you?
No, he just got out of jail.
He got a what?
Out of jail for murder.
Where was that at?
I don't know what story to be honest with
You don't know where? How did you think he was going to kill you?
you. He's been telling me.
No, how did you think he was going to?
With the gun.
With a gun? Did he say he had a gun?
Mm-hmm.
He did? Did you see it? No?
I always hear it though. Like a for murder.
Where was that at?
I don't know what story to be honest with
You don't know where? How did you think he was going to kill you?
He's been telling me.
No, how did you think he was going to?
With the gun.
With a gun? Did he say he had a gun?
Mm-hmm.
He did? Did you see it? No?
I always hear it though. Like in my pocket.
Okay. Okay, we have the room key. Do you want to go in and we can check it?
All right, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys ready? Yep.
All right, thank you. So on December 14th, 2022, at about 8:37 p.m., our officers were dispatched to the 1000 block of Latah Street for a weapon offense. Officers learned a male in his 30s was threatening to kill his roommates. The roommates were evacuated from the apartment, and police officers attempted to speak with that male, who barricaded himself inside of his apartment. Pullman PD crisis negotiators and the Whitman County Regional SWAT team responded. The suspect began firing from his apartment. The area was evacuated. After unsuccessful negotiations, his escalating behavior and a continued danger to the public and others, the male was shot by a member of the Whitman County Regional SWAT team. The suspect was found deceased when the Whitman County Regional SWAT team cleared the apartment. On behalf of the Whitman County Regional SWAT team, Pullman PD has requested assistance of the Washington State Patrol to investigate the officer-involved shooting.
Understand something, by the way. That whole situation, I'm going to show you some of it. Guess who else was involved in that scene when that went down? Chief Fry, Brett Payne, and I do believe Officer Gunderson from Moscow PD as well.
Further information will be released by the Washington State Patrol. Per RCW 43102, this investigation must be completely independent of the agency whose officer was involved in the use of deadly force. The Whitman County Regional SWAT team is made up of officers from the Whitman County Sheriff's Office, Pullman Police Department, and the WSU Police Department. Thank you.
All right. Do you have follow-up questions now?
I don't really have anything more I can give you at this time.
Or I just mean, like to some things that I heard, but I want to make sure it's right. Like from what you
Okay.
said. What was the block number for the apartment?
In the 1000 block of Latah.
1000 block of Latah. Okay. And you said it was a man in his 30s threatening to kill his roommate?
Yes.
Okay.
Did his roommates get out?
Yes.
Do you know when that call came in?
8:37.
Has that officer been put on administrative leave?
Right now, we're in the very beginning stages of this investigation, and Washington State Patrol will be conducting that investigation.
Do we know the status of the roommates yet? Or how many there were?
There were 2 roommates that were evacuated, and they're fine.
Was that before or after the firing started?
Before.
Okay.
Do we know who the initial call came from?
No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jake.
I love the way he answered those questions, by the way. Okay. Now, that was the initial situation where he was swatted. All right, here a minute. Give me 1 second. You guys can unmute while this is down.
And this was in Pullman, correct?
What's up, Sarge? I seen you say my name. What's up? Yes, this was in Pullman.
Okay.
Welcome, Charlotte. Oh shit. Sorry, Sarge. I did that to you myself. Jesus. There you go. Sorry about that.
I only got one. Look at that was Brent Kopacka being talked to by the woman cop. Yes,
that one was from June, right?
That was a prior engagement. It had nothing to do with the day he got shot.
No,
I was just showing.
Okay.
The previous incident they had. I'm going to show the next one as well. And that's why I gave you a little bit of the audio from that call, and then this one here to clarify, so nobody gets confused. This
okay. So, Diego, are you gonna play the one where they evacuated?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to next. I just wanted to show little bits and pieces of everything so everybody can understand the full picture here. No, the one we just saw was from June before this. The actual incident that happened November 29th. Okay. I think it was the 29th.
Okay.
Yeah. The same in the 22, like not too long after the murders happened. That's all.
But we don't have footage of the actual night of the SWAT team.
That's what I'm going into next.
That's what I wanted to ask.
So let's be clear. In this interview or in this encounter, he's saying that he's being threatened.
Yes.
And that he believes the person threatening him owns a gun and is going to shoot him.
Yep.
Okay.
And during this situation, folks, they won't put out any audio on it. They don't have any audio on it. And we have to call it. But during this situation, there's a statement made that refers to multiple statements he's making. They're saying it's because he's schizophrenic. It's whatever. He makes more than one statement. I know who murdered those kids. I know this. I know that. He's saying all sorts of things, and they all attribute it to the fact that he's having an incident. Okay. Mind you, they say he's shooting up this apartment. There was no bullet holes in there. Okay. That's another issue. So, I mean, the whole thing makes no sense. None at all.
Was he having like a mental health crisis or?
That's what they've said. Yes.
Okay.
That's what they said. And he did have PTSD that was
Okay.
verified.
I do believe there was a mental health crisis. I just don't know how it escalated that quickly from the summer to the winter.
Well, and the funny thing is the apartment that this all went down in, okay, doesn't look lived in at all. It's empty. It's empty. There's nothing in it. So if you and your roommates are living in this apartment, where the hell are you living at?
Hey, Diego, remember that first footage where like the police showed up and they're like, this guy was coming down the hall and they're like, hey, where are you going? They're like, slide,
Yes.
I was like, that's really casual, really nice, right?
Right.
Yeah.
They should have stopped everyone in that hallway, if you asked me.
A lot of these young college students live in their bedroom.
Yeah.
Cool. True.
Yeah. And exactly. I agree. But still, I mean, it's just the whole thing is strange. We went and we looked up like where some of these roommates lived and this and that, and we couldn't match anything up. It's very weird. So I'm just saying there were those ideals with this too that came to fruition on this. That was like, what the hell's going on here? Let me get to this right.
Diego, before you get to it, do you think there's any connection with Kopacka and Kohberger?
That's what this is all about tonight, is talking about that. There's a very big possibility. There was somebody somewhere, it was stated that at some point they found Brian's number in Brent's phone, but it's also been stated that Brent's phone was completely wiped out. When his brother, after Brent was killed, his brother went back to the apartment. There's nothing in it except in the apartment there. Brett's phone was on the counter, completely wiped clean, completely.
Yeah.
And there was a bed in his bedroom, and his discharge paperwork was laying on the bed. There was some blood splatter on it. That's all that was in that room and in that apartment. So I don't understand how this all worked out this way. It's very strange to me. But I'm just
You know what would be interesting here? I just want to toss this out very quickly.
Yeah.
I forget which one of the women do the stream that pointed out that there was a warrant requested for July or August, for August to July or July to August for Kaylee and Dylan.
Okay.
And that warrant request for those phones were because the assumption of the officers, I thought, was that there was going to be a connection between them and the crime that happened with the 4 young adults being killed.
Sorry.
So my question is there a connection between Kaylee, Dylan, and Kopacka?
There could be. There
That's
very well
a good
could be.
question. Sergeant, remember when they said, like, the G fam said that they had Kaylee's phone and wouldn't give it back, or Dago?
Yeah, I
Right?
remember that.
Yeah, everybody else got everything back, but well, they got the SUV back.
She didn't get back her laptop either. One of the laptops. So
Yeah, and it's kind of weird. Like, it was all focused on Kaylee, right?
interesting. Yeah, and very, very true. Very true. Okay, hold on here. I'm trying to find this whole.
Well, this person, I forget who the streamer was. She said she's got the she had the copy of the warrant. She's never shown it.
Probably
But
Lana.
she said that was no, it wasn't Lana.
No,
that it was opened up, that it was available. It was supposed to be sealed, yet it was available.
Veritas Aquetas, whatever her name is. She did a full thing on this. Yeah.
Miss Potts is it? That's who it is.
Was Annie? Okay, gotcha.
Now, is what she's saying true, Lucy? Is what Miss Potts conveyed about that warrant, is that accurate?
Oh, I wish Annie was here for this one too. She knows all about them documents. Hang on here. Let me try to find the right thing here.
Yes or no? Okay, there you go. Yes or no? That's good. She said, yeah. Is that court document available for review? Yes or no? Your witness. Oh, man.
All right, guys, hold on here.
See Morningstar. She doesn't say yes. She just gives me symbols I can't see on Streamline. Why can't you just say yeah? Oh, thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Lucy. Heather, Joe, John, Biff, whatever your name is. We're going to call her Biff from now on.
Heather's special.
Who's Biff?
Heather. Lucy Morningstar is Biff.
Come on. Damn
She'll
it.
remain you shall refer to her as Biff. Southern bumpkins,
Heather's from my home state, which I will not name, but she knows.
Mm-hmm. Or was that south of the
like-
Mason-Dixon line, or is it north?
It's a state.
Oh boy, it's a state. That answers everything.
I'm not doxing anyone here, man.
I live in New York.
Heather's put out where she's from before.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna watch this one first, and then we'll go into the other one, guys. Sorry, I'm having trouble. I have so much of this stuff buried; it's hard to find it all.
Students are back in their dorms after being evacuated in the middle of the night last night. They were woken up in the middle of the night because of a nearby crime scene. Crime 2 has actually been at the Palouse and on the Palouse since 6 o'clock this morning, covering this breaking news. Janelle Finch is picking up our coverage now with reaction from students tonight. Janelle?
I've been in Pullman for hours, keeping a close watch on the crime scene just below me. Earlier today, we weren't exactly sure what apartment the situation happened in, but now in the dark of night, only one apartment on the 3rd floor is shining bright. So we can potentially assume that that is where the situation happened. And as you can see, there is still crime tape up here at the scene, just hours after police shot and killed a man during a SWAT standoff. Wednesday night, WSU students living near campus say they were preparing for their last day of finals.
We had been finishing final papers in my apartment. We finished around, they were due at midnight, right? Midnight, yeah. So we finished around midnight. We were leaving to go get food.
But when university students Kylie Canyon Brewer and Madison Barbon walked out the door, they ran into an unexpected situation.
We walked out. She walked out first. There was just a ton of people in the hallway, cops.
Pullman police responded to their neighbor's apartment at the complex just off of Stadium Way around 8:40 p.m. According to Pullman police, a man in his 30s was threatening to kill his 2 roommates. Police evacuated the building, and WSU alerted students to shelter in place. Police say the suspect's behavior escalated, and he began firing gunshots in his apartment.
At the time, I thought it was just really just fireworks or something like that, but very startling to hear.
Students living on campus nearby say it was scary to know how close they were to an active SWAT situation. The Pullman police chief says after the suspect would not comply, a SWAT member shot and killed him.
As a student, it's very scary. You don't really know, who people are sometimes, especially it being in a really big school. So you never really know if you're close to danger or, where the safe places are on campus. So it's very startling and very scary for sure.
An hour and a half after the university told students to shelter in place, they were told the situation was all clear. Still, students say they can't help but think about recent crimes on the Palouse, including last month's Idaho murders.
It's very scary to, the reality of what's going on right now.
Pullman police say Washington State Patrol is taking over further investigation and communication. Students we spoke to living at this apartment say a mix of students and families live at the complex. At this time, we do not know the identity of those involved, but we do know the 2 roommates were able to evacuate and are safe. WSU police are set to reveal the name of the officer involved at a later date and time. In Pullman, Janelle Finch, KREM 2 News.
Okay, so that was the KREM 2 News report. Go ahead. I thought somebody was going to say something. My apologies. Hold on a minute here. Is this the document we're talking about? Documents. Hold on. 1 minute. Is this about, hold on a minute. The warrants? Is this what we're looking at? Motion to suppress and memorandum in support read Google warrants dated 1/3 of 23, 1/24, 23, and 2/24 of 23. Was this brought up in chat or something? Or is this to explain what you guys were talking about?
I thought it was to explain.
Okay, so this is the memorandum. Contemporaneously filed motion for an order suppressing all data found by law enforcement from its search for Google data obtained from 3 warrants dated January 3rd of 23, January 23rd of 23, and February 24th of 23. That data includes emails, personal contacts, financial information documents, PowerPoint presentations, photos, IP addresses, and more. The motion and documents in support of a Franks versus Franks hearing, we know what that is, are hereby incorporated into this memorandum, and the proffer with supportive documentation regarding Franks are filed under seal. For that reason, they are not set forth in full detail here, but instead are incorporated. Hey, Bobby, good to see you. Page 4. Thank you, Bobby. Why would you have to name the officer involved at a later date? That's a great question, actually. Not a good one, a great one. They did do it, but still. Okay, page 4. The information in the warrants was cut and pasted from an affidavit originally bearing the signature of Moscow PD, Sergeant Blaker, at other times Corporal Payne, and now Mowry. The Google specific information in the Google Warrant 1 referenced the United States and government, as well as the search of a phone for a single decedent. You hear that? One more time. Let's back up. Warrant 1 referenced the United States and government, as well as the search of a phone for a single decedent, i.e., looking for the location of a decedent. If anybody did understand that, I'm sure.
Well, you know what that means, right?
Of course.
What?
They're looking for somebody in that phone that is deceased. A single decedent, yes. So yeah, for those of you that don't know what that means, that's exactly what they were doing. So onward.
Sounds to me though.
Go ahead.
Give me a minute. Hey,
Go ahead.
the echo is bad.
Hold on. All right, go ahead.
When they say searches for the U.S. government and Google searches, right? Are they the actions that they were taking, the police themselves? And if they were, then it sounds like they were looking to get information about his background through the government, which would be the military. I mean, it makes sense of what you just read, so I can understand. Who's doing the searching?
The information in the warrants was cut and pasted from an affidavit originally bearing the signature of Moscow PD Sergeant Blaker, Corporal Payne, and now Mowry.
All right, so they filled out an application for a warrant to get access to search the U.S. government and Google.
Yes.
No?
Oh, wait. Was that for Kopacka or Kohberger?
Kopacka. We're talking
Yeah.
about.
I know, that's what I mean. Like,
No. Listen, they were looking for a specific decedent in his phone. Brian's phone. Sorry.
Brian or Brent?
Brian Kohberger. They were looking for a specified decedent in Brian's phone.
Oh, that's what I thought.
One specified decedent. Okay.
Okay, so their requests were to try to search Kohberger's phone for this particular information. Is that what this is saying?
That's what this is saying here.
Because we are all about Kopacka, and now we're tying
But
it to.
it's in relation to that, if you think about it. Okay.
No, I get the relationship now, but I just wanted to be clear what it is that document is saying and what phone it's searching. And okay,
No, I understand. I'm sorry if I didn't clarify. My apologies. This just was thrown at me. I wasn't expecting the document, so I appreciate it though. All right, back down. Anyway, indicating it was cut and pasted without edits. Google Warrants 2 and 3 removed the United States language reference to the government in a single decedent language. The basic facts Mowry used to support the searches were those listed in Exhibit B, which are those that had been used in support arrest. Exhibit B to the 3 Google warrants were different versions of the arrest warrant, and details about Google as a company and what is stored on Mowry's personal knowledge. Kohberger was observed entering CVS in Pennsylvania December 16th, and his email account, blah, 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 phone number was somehow obtained by law enforcement. Back that up. A request for any accounts associated with Kohberger for any time periods. Kohberger was observed entering a CVS in Pennsylvania on December 16th of 22, and his email account, Brian Christ, we don't need to know that, and phone number was somehow obtained by law enforcement. That's strange. For Google Warrant 2, January.
That makes sense. Stop. That makes sense. It makes sense in as much as the Brent Kopacka connection may be where they derived his phone number and email account from.
Right.
No?
It could be.
Well, how else could they have got it? And then why were they watching him at all at that point in December 16th? Right? We didn't get the DNA returned until when? Later than that date.
3 days. 3 days later, they said that's when they found out who he was. You're right.
But now they're showing us that they were watching him in December, at least as early as December 16th.
That's my opinion.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Right? They're saying that pretty clearly. Okay. So there's an ancillary or probably the best connection between Kopacka and Kohberger right here in what you're presenting.
Right. And Heather, if I'm messing any of this up, please let me know what I said wrong, because I know you know what this is. But anyway.
Bring it, Biff.
So there's that there in itself. Where to go? Blah, blah, blah. I don't need to read the whole thing, but just showing that part is kind of important there. But thank you for that too, Heather, by the way. And Heather actually dropped me. Where's it at? 1 minute here. First amended complaint, demand for jury trial, Moscow, Liz Warner. Okay, no. That we don't have to get into that right now. But anyway, thank you, Heather. Okay, back to where I was. Sorry. Keeping up with a bunch of different stuff
Yeah,
here.
I don't know why she just doesn't go back to her own name, Biff.
Biff. Lucy. Sorry, Lucy. Lucy, Heather, Biff, whoever you are. Thank you. All right, back down.
You're effed when Dago adopts the nickname. Forget about it.
Yeah. Heather's great. If they didn't think there was a connection, why would they have been? Okay, they wouldn't have been a part of anything in Pullman. See, that's my thought right there. Why? I understand that there's mutual aid that's asked for at a certain point in time. You had SWAT, you had all of Pullman, you had Latah County, you had Idaho State. Why did you need Moscow? Especially 3 specific officers there. That's wild to me. And I heard before that because they thought that there was a connection per se via Officer Payne. And that doesn't still make any sense to me. That's how I heard it. I don't know that there's any proof of that, but that's how I heard it. And that's ridiculous.
Aren't they very close though, as far as geographically?
Yeah, they are very close. That's true.
So it can also just simply be that these Idaho police went to the Washington area to observe or
were they from the same state anywhere?
Huh?
Was there any truth to the rumor that Kopacka and Kohberger were from PA?
Well, yeah, they're both from, or Brian's from Pennsylvania, and at some point Brent and his family lived in PA.
Yeah, but did they know each other then?
I don't know.
We don't know if they ever knew each other. This is the closest we're coming to it right here.
That's why there is this link per se, but I don't know that they knew each other's. There was a bit of hearsay that the families knew each other, but that's hearsay.
No, I mean I agree, Sergeant. There is no connection. Just I can't find any connection.
Well, this actually seems to be creating a connection. And it's telling us things that we knew, but maybe didn't really pay much attention to. The fact they watched him in Pennsylvania go into a CVS on the 16th of December, which isn't that long after Kopacka was shot. How did they end up with Kohberger's phone number and email? They had to have retrieved that from somewhere, and it may have been in the...
I thought it was a traffic stop in Moscow that they got the phone number. We gave it to him.
But they just said here they got his email and his phone number. Isn't that what...
Very easy to get a phone number off a pinging tower if you have the number already to look for.
Yeah, but the way this is stated in this is they after they watched him go in, they obtained this information maybe prior to watching him go in. Did that information come from Brent Kopacka's possessions? His emails, his phone.
We don't have the information for Kopacka's phone or anything else, computers, right? Nothing. So there is a lot of ambiguity, right, with that, and no one's talking about that. I do think that somewhere along the line, if they didn't know each other, they were trying to make it look like they knew each other. It's my opinion, okay?
It could be. Here's the thing. The way this is all unfolded is so strange to me. The whole thing is. What I want to show you is something Lana put up. It's called the Brent Kopacka, the final report, the FOIA. Okay. She did a lot of work on this. So guys, please make sure that at some point, if you haven't, please jump over, give her a like on it.
Let's all hit
most people have anyway, just saying. But I'm going to show you this, and then I'm trying to find that other video. It's in here somewhere.
No, you'll find it. I believe in you.
Well, I had it, and it's just disappeared. So bear with this. again, and thank you, Lana, for putting this together. She did a great job with this. And you'll have to mute, of course.
Made those threats that the male in his 30s, we are told that officers did shoot and kill him. Now, we were able again to speak to the chief of police.
The roommates were interviewed between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m., almost teetering into 9:30 p.m. And neither of those two alleged roommates said they were in fear due to Brent threatening to kill them. No report has that.
Pullman, and here's a little bit about what he had to say about the situation.
His escalating behavior and a continued danger to the public and others, the male was shot by a member of the Whitman County Regional SWAT team. The suspect was found deceased when the Whitman County Regional SWAT team cleared the apartment.
Breaking news from the WSU campus this morning. A SWAT team operation near the south side of the Pullman campus had students sheltering in place for hours overnight and into this morning.
But that standoff ended with one man being shot and killed. Desi Richards live in Pullman with the latest.
Yes, an officer with the Whitman County Regional SWAT team shot and killed a man in his 30s who was threatening to kill his two roommates at an apartment here on the 1000 block of Southeast Latah Street. Right now, we're seeing more activity down at the scene. Officers, investigators on scene. We have WSP who's investigating this incident right now, and this area is going to be blocked off for some time. We know that man was threatening to kill his two roommates. The roommates were able to get out safely before he started firing shots from his apartment.
Now, what you guys are about to see is a 27-minute pre-recorded video to help all of your guys' brains catch up with Lana brains. So I did this as best as I felt that the consumer could take the information and be able to process it. And I broke it down in a way that worked chronologically for all of you guys. That's how normally you guys should read something as in chronological order. The reports were not in that way. I took them and put them in chronological order because I was all about finding out what happened to kick all of this off. What happened at 8:35 when there was a phone call made and the police are sent out. So enjoy this 27 minutes of Lana brains broken down for all of you guys, though, to understand it in what I would believe is the best way possible. At approximately 8:45 p.m., Officer Lamley was currently speaking with two males in the parking lot outside the apartment complex, who later were determined to be the roommates of the individual that was the focus of the Pullman Police Department's investigation. Officer Lamley tells the roommates the police are going to try and end the situation peacefully and ask the roommates if there was anyone else in the apartment other than the person who was making the threats. The answer to the question was not audible when we were listening to the audio on the log. But the fact that Officer Lamley quickly moves on to another question leads one to believe the answer was no. One of the individuals states that a person named Brent is in the apartment. Officer Lamley asked them to tell her everything they knew about Brent as quickly as they could. Again, this was at 8:54 p.m. A male who identified himself as Jordan Baker, tells Officer Lamley he believed Brent Kopacka, the suspect, has some type of mental illness and that he sometimes drinks. Jordan described Kopacka as a 35-year-old white male with a small stature. Officer Lamley ends her conversation with the males and leaves to...
Also, I want to throw out there real quick, it's probably going to echo, I'm sorry. These roommates were approached many, many times, me included, to try to speak to them. Nobody could find them after this, okay? Nobody could get them to leave statements, to make statements, nothing. It makes no sense to me. I'm just saying. Remember that.
To obtain a ballistic shield. At 9:22 p.m., the final video clip labeled Officer Janovich meets up with Officer Lamley and Christian Yannon, roommate to Brent Kopacka. Officer Lamley speaks with Christian Yannon and asks him several questions about what he knew about Brent Kopacka. Yannon tells Lamley he does not know much about Kopacka, but does state he knew Kopacka had served in the Army and that Kopacka had told him he suffered from PTSD. Yannon told Officer Lamley that today Brent had one of his episodes where he goes off ranting and throwing stuff.
But if this is your roommate, how do you not know much about him? I don't understand that at all. And that's what the question is with these roommates. Were they roommates? Were they truly roommates? Because the way it's come out to look after all this is said and done, it doesn't look like it at all, just to be honest with you.
Officer Lamley asked if Kopacka had said anything about shooting anybody. Yannon replied, he did honestly. He said he was going to shoot somebody. He said something about letting his brother go, and he asked me before if I had ever fought his brother, but I've never met anybody or anyone from his family. Officer Lamley asked Yannon what Kopacka meant when he said something about letting his brother go. Yannon said Kopacka made it sound like someone was holding his brother against his will. Officer Lamley asked Yannon if he believed he or his roommates, as in plural, were the target of Kopacka's statements when he stated that he, Kopacka, was going to shoot people. Yannon said he did not believe he or his roommates, again in plural, was who Kopacka was referring to when he said he was going to shoot people. Plural. So who were the roommates of Christian Yannon? Because if it should say him or Jordan Baker, the apartment is 3 bedrooms. So if it's Jordan Baker, Christian Yannon, and Brent Kopacka, they all each have a bedroom. But if Brent Kopacka is the one that's threatening Yannon's roommates, that's plural. Who are Yannon's roommates, plural? Because it would just be, he was threatening me and my roommate. Yannon's statements were very puzzling. The plurals of the roommates, who's really Yannon's roommates? It makes it seem like that he has multiple other roommates, where he should just have one other roommate if, and in fact, Brent Kopacka is his roommate. There's only...
Now, I want you guys to understand the reason why we're watching this, all of this here, this is important because it lays to question the reason why Brent was taken out. Okay. A lot of people believe that he was taken out because there was the possibility of the involvement in the Idaho situation. There were Moscow. Yeah. The Moscow situation. That's what I meant to say. The fact that Moscow PD was involved in this could mean they were just given mutual aid, sure, because it was a closed area. But they also made statements at some point somewhere. I have to find it. I was looking earlier and I couldn't find it. That they at some point thought because they were told that he could have been involved in this. That's one of the reasons why they were involved. But they've never admitted to that. There's the problem, okay? If that's the case, why did you not investigate him instead of all of this shit going down the way it did? All of these things here are very sketchy. The roommate situation, all this other stuff is all just very weird. None of it lines up, as she's proven here multiple times. She went through everything to get this info, guys, to make this work. She did a lot of work on this. So, once again, please, guys, make sure you go over there and hit the like and let her know that we appreciate what she's done on this, because nobody would have known a lot of this stuff if it weren't for what she did. And it proved a lot of different things that made no sense. And again, it goes back to early on when we first saw this happen. Me, myself, personally said, wow, that's crazy. It looks like some kind of like military, like a PSYOP or something, the way it was done. And, military training was involved in this. Well, we do know for a fact that this man has hand-to-hand combat and knife training. That's not saying he did this, but again, how can I explain what I'm trying to say? That is why everybody looked at this and was like, whoa, wait a minute. And then this happens right after. We have that statement coming out about the thought that there's possibility he was involved, so on and so forth. And this all goes back to this man's no longer with us. Okay. And we're talking about alternate suspects here. So all of these things play into this for anybody that didn't understand. I just want to make sure that you guys get why we're doing this. Could law enforcement have gotten Brian's name from the traffic stop, meaning they looked all traffic stop involved? Of course they could, but they had it before that, I think. Yeah, sorry. I'm getting myself all confused here. My apologies.
No, you're not.
Kopacka's ex is connected to the unalivings in Julietta and Orofino. Yeah, that too. Which is another situation. Just saying. Yes, and Brian, Thrive Off Grid said Brian also interviewed with Pullman PD, from what we know, and was denied the job per se, I guess. Yes. Thank you, Randy, very much, bro.
Only 3 bedrooms. So his statements about the roommates and the pluralness around that does not add up with the fact of only having 3 bedrooms. But more importantly, the talks of the brother, the talks about that Brent's brother is being held hostage. So I went and I found in the report, Harkins was interviewed, and Harkins says the following, that Harkins said he met Brent before when he tried to rip the panel off of his Harkins car. Harkins said Brent would stand outside of apartment 311 for long periods, and when he asked him why he was standing outside, Brent would say his brother was in the shower or asleep and he was waiting for him to let him in. Does that sound like a guy that has a key to that apartment? Does that sound like a guy that actually is the resident of that apartment? I know multiple people that have gone on and gotten leases in their names for other people that cannot obtain leases. This would not be the first, nor will it be the last. I wanted to know more of what Mr. Harkin was saying, as he was the alleged resident of apartment 301. And I came across that Mr. Harkin, he was in his apartment. He said that he heard the sound was loud when this first happened. Harkin said that he heard the cops remove a dog. Harkin said he did not open the door enough to see. Harkin said it was fuzzy what happened the next 40 minutes, but he turned on his police scanner and listened to them call SWAT. Harkin said that he remembered an officer attempting to get Brent to open the door so they could get his side of the story. Harkin said that at first Brent, would respond by opening the door, but he got yelled at as to stop and to show what he had in his hands. Harkin said after that he answered to the officer just a few more times, but it was too soft to hear. He said that he heard the sound was loud when this first happened. Harkin said that he heard the cops remove a dog. Harkin said he did not open the door enough to see. Harkin said it was fuzzy what happened the next 40 minutes, but he turned on his police scanner and listened to them call SWAT. Harkin said that he remembered an officer attempting to get Brent to open the door so they could get his side of the story. Harkin said that at first Brent, would respond by opening the door, but he got yelled at as right here. This was out,
Randy, October 22nd of 23. Sorry, guys.
Boom, number 6. Could this have actually been Yenna, as he was 30 to 40 minutes behind the roommate Baker being located and talked to? So keep that in your back pocket to stop and to show what he had in his hands. Harkin said after that he answered to the officer just a few more times, but it was too soft to hear. Harkin said listening to this was irritating him because of the looping questions. So he went back to playing video games. You guys remember all that? Like, Lana, go listen to the audio. It just sounds like it's looping, it's looping, it's looping. It's looping. Harkin said his girlfriend called the non-emergency phone and the cops walked them out to the back of the apartments. Harkin said that they sat in the back of the police car. There was a dog in the apartment? Whose dog did the police come and get? Number 1. Number 2, the looping of questions. All right, so Harkin had a girlfriend, and it was actually Crystal. She lived in 301, and so I wanted to see what Crystal had to say. Crystal said sometime around 8:35 p.m. she had heard a loud noise. It sounded like a firework or a gunshot sound. This was very important for me because at 8:36 is when this alleged cell phone call went out reporting a firearm offense. And it's supposedly, being threatened to kill people, blah, blah, blah. Well, here you have it. You have a gunshot being heard at 8:35 p.m. It was either that or a firework, or whatever you think it is. I'm going with gunshot. Next, Crystal said that she heard a loud noise again. Crystal said that she went out to her balcony and saw the police running away with a dog. Crystal said that she has seen the dog from apartment 311. Crystal said within 10 minutes she saw a police officer in the parking lot with a gun watching the balcony of apartment 311. So the police arrive after this, after the dog is taken away. So who was running with the dog and that she thought was the cops? Why would you bring a dog? Is it the dog from 311 or was it a canine dog for drugs? What went horribly wrong on the night of December 14th into the 15th? Again, Crystal said that she heard the police in the hallway asking if the remaining persons, Brent, was okay and if he was armed and if he would respond to them. Crystal said at first it seemed like Brent was cooperating as the police got him to respond, but she could not hear what Brent was saying. Crystal said after a while, it sounded like Brent opened the door as the officers were saying, now, when you open the door, you need to listen to what he tells you. Open the door, hands where we can see them, and what is at your waist, what do you have behind you? Crystal said that this did not last long, and more cops were coming to and from the stairs, while a few more with guns positioned in the parking lot. Crystal said that they had tried leaving a phone outside his door so that Brent could talk to the police with a phone since he could not be heard through the wall that well. Crystal said that they started trying to negotiate with Brent for the next hours, using a phone or anything he would talk to them, but Brent was uncooperative and she could not hear him say anything, or give any indication by the police that he was responding. Crystal said by midnight, the police were discussing charging the door, getting students away from the dorm room windows, and who was too close to the scene. Crystal said at this time, she called the non-emergency line and dispatched and asked them if they could be helped out of the apartment 301. Crystal said within a minute, they were escorted out of the apartment down the stairs, and that she had nowhere to go, so that they then sat in a patrol car outside of the apartments. Crystal said she could hear a second gunshot because the first one was at 8:35, and now the second one was coming just after midnight. Crystal said after 10 or 15 minutes, she heard 3 louder shots that came from the police. Crystal said it was quiet again from where she was for another 10 or 15 minutes until she heard a quieter shot. Crystal said it continued this way for about an hour to 2 hours, slowly increasing in frequency of how often she heard the quieter shot, until when she heard one shot every 3 to 4 minutes. This completely contradicts everybody else's accounts of when gunshots were actually beginning to start firing, which was not until 2:13 or 2:14 a.m. But according to Crystal, 3 gunshots coming from police. There is no report anywhere that any police fired any gunshots except for this.
The only gunshot that was supposedly fired was from the SWAT member that took out Brent. Okay, but there's witnesses. This is not the only eyewitness that heard multiple shots fired from law enforcement, not from Brent, from law enforcement. Explain that to me and why. Okay, if that's how that went down, there was only one shot taken that killed him from a sniper. Just saying.
The sniper shooting twice.
Sorry, I was wrong. It's 2. My apology.
I wanted to look closer at the 8:35, 8:40, 9 o'clock time frame, and I came across a Kylie apartment 101. She had heard a loud bang crash around 8:30 or 9 p.m. from above apartment 101. Silence after was dismissed. Kaylee said that there was movement upstairs that could be heard, but often enough that happens anyway, so it was dismissed as well. Running back and forth through the halls above. No shots were heard until about midnight or 1:30 a.m., she said. In this time, there was more running upstairs and 3 loud bangs. Then she was taken by sleepy bitch disease. That was in quotes. Kaylee said that the first shot was louder. The later 3 shots were incredibly loud, enough to get her from her sleep. It was 2 bangs, followed by a minute later a third. At this point, she thought it could be gunfire, but again dismissed it. Kaylee said she was awoken by knocks on the door at about 3:34 a.m. Who could possibly give a time that is on the money of 3:34 a.m.? Again, Kaylee said that the final shot was heard about 4 a.m. Kaylee said that it was quieter than the other shots. Excuse me? Say what, motherfucker? Again, staying with that time frame of that 8 to 8:30, 9 o'clock, I came across.
Now, this is a true statement. Brent's brother, when he went to that apartment to pick up his brother's items, said there were no bullet holes in those walls. He looked. He went through the whole apartment. There were none. Where are they then? Where are the bullets that Brent was supposedly shooting out of his gun with the whole time? The reason why they took him out to begin with. Where were those other shots? Where'd they go? That's quite interesting to me. Where was the sniper? The sniper was outside in front of the apartment, facing the apartment from the road, laid out, took 2 shots and took Brent's life. By the edge of the outside of the parking lots where he was set up. It was in that one news video I'll show.
McCoy in apartment 102. McCoy said she had gotten home around 8 or 8:25 and heard some loud noises, shuffling, sort of sounded like people arguing, so she assumed it was a couple fighting, arguing with each other. McCoy said this was above her. Then she went into her room and fell asleep and woke up around 2 a.m. and noticed cops outside of the building from her window. McCoy said that she heard a bunch of shots going off at random times from 2 a.m. until they.
There's another thing. Satirius has a good point. The building should have been cleared. In a situation like this, they absolutely should have cleared that entire building, but they didn't. They cleared specific people from specific apartments, but not the entire building. They should have shut down that whole thing, but they did not. Once again, if you have this going on, that's what needed to be done, but they didn't do that, and I don't understand why, unless there was not a reason to do that. I'm just saying. And yes, there was no furniture in the room, and his phone was factory reset 100%.
They were evacuated around 4 a.m. McCoy said certain shots were louder than others and that they were random times with sometimes longer times in between them. McCoy said that she heard quite a bit of shuffling above her throughout the time. McCoy said that she was texting with her friends while this was happening and text them updates while shots were going off. I was able to find each message she sent to her friends with timestamps, says this officer, and it says see attached statements. I would love to see those attached statements and timestamps. Next, I would come to apartment 205, Alexa. Well, Alexa says that she started to fall asleep around 8 p.m. that night and woke up to yelling and banging coming from the floor above her. Alexa said once she woke up, she heard lots of phrases like, "You are under arrest. Please come out with your hands up." And phrases like, you know, nothing in them. We can talk about.
Yeah, the only thing that was left in there was Brent's discharge paperwork laying on the bed. Everything else was gone. Amazingly.
This, we don't want to hurt you. Put the firearm down and come out with your hands up. Please respond. The phone is there for us to talk with you. Alexa said it sounded like the officers were trying to talk to him. They referred to him as either Fred or a friend. She assumed Fred, but he wasn't responding. Alexa says that they were calling the person inside this apartment Fred. Alexa said that she heard lots of coughing, then furniture moving around the apartment. Alexa said she also heard him go out to the balcony multiple times. Alexa said at one point some liquid was being poured outside, she thought. Alexa said she also heard multiple popping sounds. Alexa said eventually the SWAT team evacuated everyone. Alexa said she gathered this because they thought the building may catch fire. Alexa said she spoke with officers around 1:50 a.m. How did she speak with them? And listened to all of this above until they eventually evacuated around 3:50 a.m. So was she evacuated at 1:50 and she was just standing around outside with an active shooter? Was she in a cop car? When was she able to talk to police at 1:50 a.m.? Who did she talk to? Next up was Tracy. Tracy was from apartment 108. Tracy said that on December 14th, she arrived back at home at 8:05. Tracy said about 40 minutes later, she heard loud noises, banging, and someone talking loudly from above her. This was nothing new for her, though. She went to bed because it wasn't the first time that she had to turn up her phone and go to sleep. Tracy said that at 2 a.m., though, she was abruptly awoken by a loud banging noise. Tracy said, again, she heard someone yelling and talking loudly. Tracy said that she also heard noises near the dumpster, which is close to her side window. Tracy said that she got up since she couldn't sleep with all the noise. Tracy said that she sat in her front room for about 1 hour and 30 minutes. Tracy said that she heard banging on the doors. Tracy said that she waited a few minutes and the banging was on her door. Tracy said that she then was taken out of the apartment building because of a tenant on the third floor was trying to start a fire and firing a gun. Tracy said that they were asked to hug the side of the building as to not make themselves a target. Tracy said a shot was fired as they made their way down the street and around the shrubs. Tracy said another shot was fired. Tracy said that they waited in the cold for about an hour before a bus came. Do the math on all of that, and we're looking at an evacuation of no earlier than 4 a.m., which is very, very important.
Why did they wait till 4 a.m. to do the evacuation when this started at 8:30 or sooner? Actually, I believe that evening. That makes no sense. Think about it.
Next up would be Miss Smith from apartment 108. She said that she had heard shooting from the apartment above her starting at about 8:45 p.m. Then noises of arguing and banging and thumps. Smith said at 3:15 a.m. she heard loud pounding on their door, and they were told to evacuate as there was an active shooter going on. She said that they were escorted out of the apartment building. Before I move on to a couple other people that gave some statements that are just going to blow your mind, I want to point out that at the back of this report, they did the name of people that were involved, whether they were a witness, a victim, and it should be noted that Jordan Baker, his address is not 1000 Southeast Latah Street. It is what Truth and Transparency told you back when they did their last video, 2290 Northeast Westwood Drive. Now, it needs to be noted that these addresses that they put next to the information of whether it was a victim, whether it was a witness, they are taking it from the driver's license. Think about all of your guys' driver's license. So at the time of this incident, the driver's license address was 2290 Northeast Westwood for Jordan Baker. At the time of this incident, the driver's license address had 100 Latah. Same with Christian Yenna. Question is though, look at all of your guys' driver's license. How many of you guys have addresses that aren't current? You can't have it both ways. Jordan's ID has him at the 2290 North Westwood address. And that, in fact, was a new address that Jordan had in 2022. Number one. Number two, so are you going to say that he, lived where? Did Jordan Baker live at Coffee House Apartments, or did he actually live on the address that's on his driver's license? But it doesn't work both ways. If you're going to say that, no, that was an old address and he was actually living at 1000 Latah, well, it could work the same way for Brent Kopacka. It could work the same way for Christian Yannon. Where do these people actually live? That is just an address that is on a driver's license. That does not mean that that is their residence. So where is the actual lease signing papers for these tenants? They're not in any of the reports. Also, last note on the name of the involvements here. I have a woman that was born in 1971. Don't know if that's a typo. Tracy, 1971. And then I have another name of Mrs. Smith, and it says that she was born in 1949. Again, not sure if those are typos or not. A 1971 date of birth and a 1949 date of birth. Living at the Coffee House Apartments, WSU's campus. All right, so that was your 27 minutes pre-recorded. The way that the next 30 minutes is going to work is part 2 of this episode is titled Grace and Simon. Mods, members, subscribers, you guys are appreciated, and thank you. Part 2 of Brent Kopacka. Here we go. I want you guys to listen in. This will be played, and then it will be stopped. So.
4682, by intent to identify the people there.
That's what I like you.
Subject in the bedroom is a Jordan Baker, late 20s, and then a Brent, unknown last, 35-year-old male.
And which one supposedly has a gun?
Thank you, Dr. Latina.
First up, Brent is outside the bedroom, possibly with a gun.
Hold on, 468, any luck on finding that other person that's got out?
Sorry, Jake, go ahead.
Yeah, good night.
Say that again.
Sorry for
Oh, no, you're fine. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
No. Have a good night, everybody.
You too.
I love you. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
My partner's talking to him now. I'm trying to get exact location. Jordan's in the back parking lot. Dark gray jacket, blue pants, red black striped shirt. He's the one speaking with my partner.
Mind you, this is what the apartment looked like when this went down. Okay? Almost identical. It's crazy. For people living there, that's kind of interesting. I'm just saying.
He's the one that got out.
Tonight's Ohio Lottery Mega Millions jackpot is $427 million.
Sorry about that.
All right, take a look here, right there. The balcony, that is a bedroom window. It's very, very important, okay? That's a bedroom window where that balcony is. All right, balcony, bedroom window. That's.
I believe, Tonka, that there are other witnesses to the place here. Sorry.
That first room. So that's A. B. That's going to be this second room.
Welcome, Randy.
And going in over here is C, and this is an end unit, so therefore the windows are different and deceiving. We'll get into all of that, but I just wanted to.
What's up, Randy?
Sorry, I was talking to my wife.
That's okay. That's okay. We just have to mute when they're playing, or else, otherwise it'll echo real bad.
I got
Please have you guys see what we're dealing with here. Bathroom.
The only way the echo doesn't work, or I have to run audio to hear the audio on it. So I have to flip the audio switch on when we're listening to an audio. But we have to mute. Everybody has to mute when the audio is playing. Otherwise, it echoes back out. I don't know why. That's how it works. Now, if it doesn't have an audio link in it, then I don't have to turn the audio on. Then it won't echo anymore. But I have to run the audio link if there's audio so we can hear it.
Living room where the 3 bedrooms go off. So the kitchen and then your bedrooms go back off in that little area. Again, you cannot find this anywhere. So I had to go back and find this, and I had to show you guys through this way because this was all taken down off the internet.
Hey, Dago, I got to.
What's that, Sarge?
I got to jump down. Thanks for
Okay.
having me up.
No, thank you for joining me. I'll show you guys where he was, Wade. Thanks, Sarge. I'll talk to you soon. The main run, like, okay, when you walk in the apartment, as soon as she opens it up, I'll show you exactly where he was, which still doesn't make any sense as compared to a lot of this other stuff too. So the whole, like, again, there's a reason why I'm showing you all this. I want to show you this whole situation, what Lana's explaining went on that night, because I believe that at the very least, that even if he's not put out as an alternate suspect, that he could be possibly listed as a I can't think of what they call it, a witness of sorts per se. I think he knew what happened, in my opinion. Lately, I've been looking at this a lot more, thinking about this a lot more. I think there's a grand possibility that Brent knew what happened. Was he involved in it? I can't tell you for sure. But this situation, the way this situation presents itself, makes zero sense as to why this happened like it did. And when somebody, if there's corruption involved in this case, which I think a lot of us believe there is, what better way to quiet somebody down is all I'm saying. And I think a lot of people have that same feeling towards this situation, if this is what it is, I guess you could say. Yeah, there was a whole thing that was about that. The eyeball that says, I know what you did, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of that stuff with this. So we're getting to some other points here, and I'll show you where he was as compared to where this situation in the apartment. I'm sorry.
I never saw that eyeball.
All right.
There was a couple different variations of it put out. There was a photograph of it, a painting of it, things like that, where they were saying, I think Rory did a thing on it where it's a picture of an eyeball that he took supposedly, and inside of it, there was all these other things. It was kind of crazy. It's pretty wild. I know the echo's there because it's up, and I'm sorry.
So hopefully that gave you guys a reminder. So there we go. Now, I spoke with her and the group of individuals, which is a fraction of the total of residents of the complex, and explained I didn't know how long it was going to take to investigate, but hey, we can walk you guys in there, get you guys' stuff, things of that nature. I inquired as to how many people had actually heard or seen anything related to the incident, which took place between the police and an individual living in the complex. Several people raised their hands, and I advised them that I would like to speak with them individually, okay, and obtain a written statement from them. So here they were all grouped together from, 4 or 5 a.m., 3 a.m. until 10 a.m., right? This, at least group of people. Whereas you're supposed to separate your witnesses and all those good things. But here they were all together. During the question and answer period, many occupants advised that they needed to get into their apartments. So what ended up happening is that these people were walked back in to those apartments. And it was noted very, very much so, like the timestamps of who went where and all those things. I'm not going to put that out there.
One other piece of information to remember is that Brent Kopacka was referred to as protected. That was said more than once, that he was protected. You take that for whatever you think it is. It's interesting. I'll just put it that way, the way that was put out.
But I do want to say that per maintenance man, apartments 107 and 109 did not have tenants. So there was one maintenance man that we noted. Okay. I also want to note that the doors there's a master code for the electronic lock. So the door was unlocked using the master code for the electronic lock. And I'm curious if that's on every single room. Anyways. Now, again, this part is titled Simon and Grace. All right. So these are the following summaries of statements I did receive back from the residents. And we are going to start with statement of Simon. Simon's apartment is directly across from the suspect's apartment.
All right. Sorry, guys. And yes, that's what I mean by that, Tonka. Due to his mental health status. They knew that. When they came on this situation, they knew that, okay? And they kind of presented themselves as being kind of like surprised about this, okay? They knew him from before. That's why I showed you that June video. They knew who he was. They knew exactly what he was and what he was about. You know what I mean? So remember that too. That's why I said that.
Simon completed a very detailed written statement as well as provided photos. Do the very detailed statement. I will be providing it in its entirety instead of summarizing it. So I was really curious to see how this would work. And basically everything that Simon went ahead and did and wrote up, it was just as is. Now, be prepared to have your mind fucked. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to make this bigger. All right. At about 8:55 p.m., 3 members of the, I believe, Pullman Police Department, armed with AR pattern rifles, knocked on my door, gave a quick explanation that there was a dangerous guy across the hall, 8:55, and asked to use my room for cover concealment. My lights were turned off, the doorway held open, and used as cover. By this point, one of the shooter's roommates has been removed from the room. Black male, probably mid-20s, but the other was whereabouts unknown. This is really important. By 9/11, I was consulted. Hold on. I was consulted regarding the floor plans of rooms in the complex, as well as information on the residents. the later of which I lacked. At this point, additional officers entered the room. Also, Pullman Police Department and my furniture was used in tandem with the riot shields to erect basic fortifications in the hall and in my room. Now at 9:55, SWAT was on scene.
Suzanne, it's not in reference to being a vet. It's in reference to his mental health status. The stuff that he had going on with his mental health is what it means, based on what they referred to, is what I was saying. I'm sorry if I misspoke it.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Can I say hello to my wife who's actually watching?
You can.
For the first time.
Absolutely.
Say hello to Kathy.
Hello, hello. Good to meet you, Kathy.
Thank you
for watching. Yes, sir.
Hi.
Thank you for watching. Hi. Appreciate you watching with us. Very much appreciated. This is from Google. Law enforcement refers to some individuals as protected persons. This designation provides protection to people at risk of serious harm when they require protection. Right. Which in relation to the mental health status as to need being protected in that aspect is what that typically refers to, Wade. That's what I was trying to express. If I'm sorry that I didn't. It's Kathy, SRB.
Both armored officers in my room, and based on conversations and radio chatter, marksmen outside the building. To my knowledge, the Whitman County SWAT was the only SWAT unit on the scene. At some point around this time, I heard police description of the suspect and his whereabouts unknown roommate is successfully called on the phone. The suspect is described as a 35-year-old male named Brent, last name forgotten, 35-year-old veteran of 82nd Airborne, once hit by PTSD-induced IED blast, discharged honorably. The suspect had previously been encountered by a member of the Pullman Police Department after having a mental breakdown outside of a local restaurant, Tokyo Seoul. And it was not known to me if this event was violent. Remember I told you this all started somewhere else? Now, the roommate adds that this backstory could be false since suspect is a known liar. What? Okay. The evacuated roommate, black male, not the guy on the phone. Interesting. Yeah. Had additionally stated the suspect was armed with a rifle. Now, moving on to 1024. The negotiators have successfully lured the suspect out of his room with his hands up. Oh, I'm sorry. At 1024, several gadgets are being set up, including a foam shell-loaded 44mm grenade launcher and a quadcopter type drone. Again, this is at 1024. Pay attention to these times. Wait till I just blow this all up. A ballistic blanket has been put over my fridge to provide cover to the negotiator, who has taken up position behind it. At some point, a second negotiator is moved into the room and the two take turns. I don't know who the fuck they want to think is going to believe all this shit, but then now we're here at 10:55. The negotiators have successfully lured the suspect out of the room with his hands up. He was brought as far out as the door frame. Like what door frame? Though the object, later identified by one of the police as his phone, was still visibly in his hand. After being informed he was under arrest, the suspect became upset. Repeatedly stated he did not do anything wrong and returned to his room, shutting the door, but not all the way. You cannot see that from, as I showed you guys. When his roommate was evacuated, the door was believed to have been left unlocked. But now that the door was slightly ajar, this was a certainty. While I don't believe this ended up mattering much, it was a highly discussed tactical consideration at the time. Moving on to 11:16. Again, I am just reading this in, and then I'll blow it all up. By 11:16, the drone that was brought in was facing issues connecting its camera feed, and more drones were requested. At, by my count, midnight exactly, now December 15th, a 10-minute count is issued for breaching the suspect's door. I thought it was ajar. I thought it was open. As almost certainly known to you, the room has a door connecting it to the hallway, but several more inside. The plan is to breach and pull out if the suspect is not immediately seen. At about 12:15, the door is breached. The delay from the initial count is due to technical problems with the drone. One of my chairs with a shield strapped to it is used to slam the already open door more open, while also deploying the makeshift cover inside and jamming the door open. I don't remember when the last one failed, but by this point, 3 of the 4 drones have failed for the various reasons functioning, and this lack of safe intel gathering tools is causing anxiety for the door teams. I also do not know when exactly this happened, but around the same time, the 4th drone, the only working one, a quadcopter, crashes within the apartment of the suspect in without seeing him and is lost for the remainder of the standoff. Having breached the door, the police pull back into my apartment and return to planning. At 12:49, gas begins to be seriously considered. Civil considerations, including the presence of myself, are brought up as a counterpoint to the plan. At 1:21 a.m., several officers begin speculating if the suspect is dead. Why? No movement, speech, or sightings from marksmen have been heard or seen from him in over 2 hours. Even after breaching a door and flying a drone in. At some time before this point, a phone was brought from one department that was initially left outside his door and eventually thrown inside it, which rang for 45 seconds every 3 minutes and was an attempt by the negotiators to contact him. This happened long before the breach, but it at no point during the entire standoff did the suspect use the phone. So its existence really only matters as evidence towards extensive police attempts to negotiate with the suspect. At around 1:52 a.m., a gas grenade is thrown into the suspect's apartment. To my understanding, it was an OC gas grenade, specifically with an aerosol dispersal system. This chosen over the flameless ignition type in an effort to minimize fire risk. Of the people in my room, 305, right across, only Whitman SWAT, to my understanding, have gas masks. Have you guys ever... Okay, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of story. I went to OU for my sister wanted me to come down for the Halloween. OU throws the biggest Halloween parties. Well, anyways, long story short, we get tear gassed at her house. They are like flipping cars on streets, lighting fires. The SWAT's in, they start like unleashing tear gas towards and at and in or around my sister's house. Well, I'm all the way upstairs. I legit could not see. It burned my eyes. It was insane. It was ridiculous. And I was like, I'm never going back to OU, you fucking idiots. You can't party right without getting the SWAT called on you. Anyways, they're just rolling in grenades, tear gas. and this is only going to affect this one room. No, I was in a complete, I was all the way upstairs. No, we couldn't, our eyes were like bleeding, like they were burning. It was horrible. This is all crazy. So around 1:52, yep. Pullman PD and myself are affected by the gas, but not beyond coughing and eye irritation. Okay, let me tell you something. I had to get the hell up out of there, okay? You're not just, that is the worst. One of the negotiators is especially affected, but continued his duties regardless. Coughing is heard from inside the suspect's room. They are discussing possibly being dead. Well, that's all quashed. Then, around 2:17, the first shots fired is reported. The shot in question is a single friendly, less than lethal round. However, I do not know if it was fired from outside or a foam round from the indoor 40. No effect on the suspect is reported, and this was seemingly a miss. Excuse me? Soon after, as in within 20 minutes, so do 20 minutes from this point. Now this is what's going to be amazing. The suspect is heard barricading himself in his room. A window in his room is broken by the suspect using what? Sounds like some kind of metal tube, like a shower curtain. Motherfucker, get out of here, okay? This is seemingly done to vent the gas in his room, which has been sustained by throwing an additional 3 grenades into his room periodically. At this point, the second shots fired occurs again within 20 minutes following, 2:17, which is from the suspect, but it obviously a subsonic round. Excuse me? Implying a pistol caliber rather than the rifle his roommate had described. If I were to hazard a guess, either a subsonic loaf of a 9mm, otherwise a 32 or 38. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Who is this? Next. The suspect begins talking again, screaming to himself or someone over the phone about cigarettes. I thought he didn't use the phone, you dumb fuck. Gotcha, daddy. I thought he didn't use the phone, Simon. Little Sime. Negotiators attempt to use this to coax him out by promising cigarettes, but to no effect. Somewhere between 10 and 15 rounds are fired by the suspect during this time frame. What time frame? Both from the potentially pistol caliber firearm and from what was unmistakably a 22. The suspect is now believed to have multiple guns. By 3:27, a cop outside reports that he is confident the suspect is intentionally targeting police officers. OM motherfucking.
Now this is where it gets interesting, because now they're writing their story that he is intentionally targeting law enforcement officers. In turn, they need to take him out now. Okay, because they're going on a long period of time. They're tired of it, so on and so forth, whatever you want to call it. But this is where they're trying to make this look right. And it's absolutely completely wrong. Because once again, everything that they claimed he had done didn't happen. There's no proof of it. Like I said, his brother goes into the room where this all went down, and there's no bullet holes in any walls or floors or doors or anything that they claimed that he was shooting. But he didn't. So why'd they take him out then? Why didn't they just use beanbags? Why didn't they use rubber bullets? Why didn't they use gas to gas him completely out? They didn't have to do this, folks. They didn't have to do it like this. They didn't have to end his life to do this. Okay? That's the point I'm trying to make. There were not multiple weapons in there. That's a joke. But if you listen to what they're saying, they make this out to be that this dude had an arsenal in that bedroom, that he was getting ready to blow the whole apartment complex up. No. In his room, if you walked in that door, that they came through the door, there was a little hallway to the left, immediately to the left. His doorway was right there, right by the front door entranceway to that apartment, right there. The whole thing makes no sense to me, none. Once again, just take all that in. We're almost done with this. Take this all to heart, and then we're going to talk for a minute after this about
G. With his fire. This marks an immediate shift in attitude from the officers inside my room. Once the message is broadcast, at least one officer carrying a less than lethal arm put it down and picked up his rifle. Around 3:41 a.m., the first SWAT sniper round is fired. Seemingly a miss with no effect on the target. The shot is audible from room 305, and being supersonic is easily distant from the suspect's fire. Soon after, it is reported by SWAT marksmen that the suspect appears to be trying to start a fire. Oh, excuse me? Where? How do you see this? What are you talking about? How could you even see this? Anyways, this leads to several officers to leave my room and attempt to evacuate the partner building as completely as possible. What partner building? As the department began initially moving in and later before gas was to be deployed, there had been 2 previous distinct evacuation efforts. No, there weren't. This was the most complete and serious one to my understanding. Around 3:59 a.m., a second supersonic shot is heard, followed by an audible heavy thud across the hall. SWAT marksmen report a few seconds later it was from them and that no movement from the suspect is currently seen. Around 4:09, SWAT from my room execute a full breach. From that point on, SWAT and police rather rapidly pick up and get moving. The crime scene is secured, and everything past this point is probably both irrelevant and public knowledge. Some notes on things not mentioned or mentioned much in this timeline. Negotiations with the suspect were both nonstop and increasingly ineffective. Extreme emphasis was put on the safety of civilians and officers at all times. Then why the fuck were you there? The suspect.
They should have completely, like I said earlier on, completely evacuated that building, but all these people were there. That's amazing to me. If this was a true situation like this, and SWAT brought in, they evacuate everybody in the surrounding area. He could have shot through the walls. He should have done this, that, and everything else. They did not evacuate those people. It's crazy to me. I'm telling you, no way in hell.
Did not seem to use a rifle caliber firearm the entire time, in spite of his roommate's report that said it was obviously assumed he had one. I was given three distinct opportunities to be evacuated from my room. However, was never told it would be helpful to the police to do so, even when I asked. So I chose to stay over my own will, or of my own will. While in the room, I was able to provide help with the floor plans. I thought you couldn't do that. Help with managing and setting up gear and provide food and water. Say what, motherfucker? The initial warrant for entry into the suspect's residence seems to have been felony harassment. It should go without saying, but I swear this is all the truth as I experienced it. And I have tried to make an effort to make it clear whenever I was uncertain of fact. If this absolutely must be put on a statement form, I can try to do that, but just a direct email is much easier for me. Enclosed are some photographs I took, though I did not take many, and most of them of this is probably known thanks to body and helmet cams. Well, won't you be amazed that you just saved the day for me? Thanks, bro. So basically he's saying that the people that he saw had on body cams, which I believe were turned on by at least one department in my room. Who?
Okay, so at that point, we don't need to listen any more of that. That takes us to that point there. Now, give me one moment. Thank you guys for being patient through all this. I'm trying to make the point as to who Brent was, what Brent dealt with, and what happened with Brent that day. I'm sorry. Well, night, I guess you could say. All right, hang on here. Let me see here. Let me get to this. Okay, and remember something too, you guys. The first thing that Michael Kohberger, Brian's father, said when they pulled him in Indiana was he brought up this situation. That's the first thing. Oh, JC dropped out. You need another link, JC. All right.
Where did she go? She left us, Dago.
She might have dropped out and either hit a button or just dropped out.
Yeah, we all make those mistakes.
And this all went down almost on to the day, a month to the day after that happened, the Idaho killings happened. I'm sorry. All right, now
Kopacka was a month after.
Yeah, almost to the day.
Oh, I didn't know that was that far.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I thought I knew my stuff, Dago.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You're okay, Jace. You're okay. So let me get this up here. 1 minute here. Like I said, I had to dig to find a lot of this stuff, you guys. Welcome, Flynn. Good to see ya.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear. Yeah, I can see. Oh, I'm still listening to the thing. What? Are you gonna pick on me now?
Okay, so this is the body cam footage of that night. Okay, the best that I've found. Of course, Atlanta had this as well. I think a couple other places have it too. LTL. It was hard to find it.
Around cameras, they're right outside this apartment complex. So you can say whatever you want about it, but if I was a defense, if I could use this, I would definitely use this, because if your client truly didn't do it, this is something that when Brian Kohberger got pulled over 2 times in Indiana on December 15th, they were referencing this shootout because he had gotten the notifications. And I actually got clarification on these notifications. You had to sign up for these notifications in order to get.
They're like the vandal alerts that they got in Idaho. Whenever something was going down on campus, they would get these notifications on their phones telling them what's going on, so on and so forth, which is how he knew, per se. And I believe there was other stuff going on because it was right around where Brian lived at that this happens.
Get the text message. So it's not just if you lived in that area, would you get the WSU text message that would go through. You actually physically had to sign up for it with your phone. And then your phone number would be, put on to get these alerts. So that's another thing. If you
And being that Brian was an employee at WSU, remember that too. That was mostly probably why, so that he would know what was going on time to time, and so on and so forth.
You want to talk about Brian Kohberger and the things that he would do leading up to these murders, and if he was the person that did this, that's another thing. That why would you put your phone number on something if you don't want your phone number to be known? And if you're trying to conceal that, you give it to the officers when they pull you over. You do not have to give your phone number up. You give it up to be on this alert, so it doesn't just alert you because you are in the area. It's not like an Amber Alert. With that said, again, this is I will just say this is a trigger warning across the board. This is body cam footage, so I will only say it once. As far
Trigger
as
warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only. Trigger warning.
And then all the special breakdowns that I do will happen in another live. But for the sake of having all the footage right where I want it, and for you guys to have the ability to come and watch it with clean perspective and clean audio, I am going to let it play.
What's up, Unc?
I suggest that you use the comment section to talk amongst yourselves. I will have it turned up. Okay. And I'm turning it up, so adjust it on your end if it is too loud, is so that people can hear it. Again, with that said, I just want to say thank you to the mods, members, subscribers, and even you lurkers. You're damn right. Let's do it.
And once again, guys, really appreciate the hey, Unc, good to see you, brother. Any of you guys, please make sure to hop over to Truth and Transparency. Give Lana some respect and support for putting in the hard work she does on these videos. She did amazing with these, and I really, really appreciate that, guys.
Again, this starts at 1 in the morning, 1:47 and 8 seconds in the morning, 12/15, 2022. And this is being worn by one of the Pullman staff.
I might be wrong, but I believe it's Officer Westerman was the body cam that we're seeing on this aspect. I don't know if you guys heard that. You can hear it in the background. It says, Brent, we want to talk to you. That phone is for you, if you guys didn't hear that. They said he did, Randy. Never really seen any proof of it, though. The only thing that was ever seen in Brent's hand that was verified was a phone. That's it.
This is all bullshit.
I agree, Susan. Exactly. Wade's right. They're using someone's apartment as cover and to hide out. They have riot shields and furniture flipped over and using it for protection. In the back of that apartment, there was a kid sitting in the back there. They had to give him a gas mask just in case. They were supposed to clear all of these people and didn't clear any of them. It's ridiculous. I've never seen this in my life. Once again, surprise, welcome to Idaho. And we're in Pullman, mind you. Okay. Remember that. Remember that.
Yeah, this is totally out of control. Makes no sense.
A lot of people have said that, Wade. A lot of people. And that statement right there, this started at 8:30 p.m. that day. And at that point, the 911, I still don't think the 911 call's ever been released. Why? Why are they holding the 911 call back? I don't understand this. Once again, more secrecy, more bullshit. This is at, it says the timestamp says 2:02 a.m. at this point now.
I don't see a threat here. What?
You don't hear any gunshots in the background from him supposedly shooting up his apartment. You don't, there's no smoke. There's nobody talking about fire. None of this stuff that has been brought into a question with this. Nothing.
Right. There's no comments from him. And oh man, I can't watch this.
It's ridiculous. It really is. And like I said, then they take his life. And I looked into this as a separate thing from Idaho for at first, reviewed it, researched it, this and that. It's a horrible situation. Like, it didn't need to happen. Okay. But I swear to you, the more this stuff comes out, when Ann brought forth the statement about the alternate suspects, I had to start wondering, truly, is that going to be him? At the very least, I think Brent knew something about what happened. I think he truly did. And it's just amazing that this goes down a month after, and he makes a statement at some point, I know who killed those kids. And then he's dead. That's quite interesting to me, you guys. So to say that there's no involvement is very hard to say within this. And I said a while back, I've been looking at doing this again and going back and rewatching this and revisiting and talking about this, because I just can't. I don't believe in these crazy ass coincidences that keep showing up. Okay. So
there you go.
Yes, sir.
When did he make that comment? That he knew something about the murders.
I was told that it was right before this went down. There's going to be an echo until we take the video down, you guys. I'm sorry. Until we mute. But again, it was supposedly before the it was supposedly right before this went down. He was rambling on about this, that, and everything else. They said. So, I don't know. We'll see if it ever comes out. I have a feeling this is going to be brought into court. This is why we're talking about this tonight in the Kohberger trial. Like I said, it's either going to be as an alternate suspect or as a possible witness. But he can't be called as a witness because he's deceased now. So how's that going to work? You know what I mean? Conveniently. Just saying. All right. Onward we go. Hold on a minute. It looks like he's grabbing gas now, I think. No, Jen, you're right. I don't believe this was the tip. I think this was something altogether different. I'm just saying, I have a feeling this is going to come to fruition too within this trial. Of course, Heather, of course. I don't know. Is it Wade? Kind of strange. It's SWAT, but interesting.
What are we watching today, Dago?
This is the SWAT that happened to Brent the night that it happened. How this all went down. And the body cam you're seeing is what you're seeing in that sense. No, it's not a military. It's not a military situation. These guys that are dressed the way they are the SWAT team per se.
So they're heading to Kopacka's.
Yeah, that's where they were standing, and that's where they're at right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. Okay, if you guys look, that door right there is the apartment. Okay, you can see my cursor. Inside that door, once you go right in, there's a door back there. That's the room that he's in. They say that he came out of that room multiple times, did this, did that. I've never seen him come through there once. I've watched this video, I don't know how many times. But that's where he's at, is back in there. Okay, down that hallway. They said he come out through here, got to the door frame, went back out, did this, blah, 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 blah. I didn't say any of this, guys. Didn't see any of this. You don't hear any gunshots going off in here. You don't see or hear anything going on. All you hear is them. You don't hear him at all. which is crazy to me. It's just weird to me.
Absolutely.
Jen says, I will say that Kopacka did not own a silver or light colored car. That rumor was it was him driving around that. No, that's not true either. His parents had one, but he didn't. And it had nothing to do with him driving around that area. So that's not true. She's right. But anyway, that's the room. They have it propped with that chair, and that's where he's at. Good night, SRB.
So. What are they doing? Just staring at the door? Or
they're saying that you hear them talking to him. They're negotiating with him, supposedly. You don't see him move. You don't hear anything. There were supposed gunshots coming from his room. There was this going on, that going on. I don't see or hear any of this.
None of it.
Right now, you don't see or hear him doing anything. It's ridiculous. None of it makes any sense. Have a good night, SRB. Thank you again. And I'll be honest with you, it's been brought to my attention that they don't even believe that a lot of people think this is a reenactment, that he was never even in there, that it was already something already happened, blah, blah, blah. There's just so many different theories on this, but it doesn't make any sense. None of it. None of it. You don't ever see Brent on any kind of a body cam. None, not once that I saw. So how did this go down like this then?
Yeah, no gunshots, nothing.
Nope, I don't hear nothing. What upsets me about this is that you have a vet with PTSD. Where is the thank you? Yeah, where is the mental health support for this? 100%. They knew that he had mental health issues from dealing with him back in June, like I showed you in that first video. They know who he is. They know who he is. Okay, so this is ridiculous. Hello, Anna. Thank you for joining us. And there's like I said, there's a reason for us to see all of this, and we're almost there. Which I've already said it once or twice, but we're almost there.
Good stuff, Dago.
No, there's never been pictures of him or a body, a gurney, a body bag, nothing ever coming out of this apartment. Ever.
They should be talking to themselves. They don't even know who Brent is. Were they talking about anything about Brent? Like, you don't even know anything about him. This is so sick. So sick. His family should sue the fuck out of Washington. I can't believe they won't. And if I hear his little fucking friend talk, shut the fuck up. You don't know him. You may have known him back in the day, but the fuck out of here. You think that your friend should have went out like this? Met our quota. Have we met our quota yet? Have we called them enough? You guys are sick, man. Fucking sick. Go back to the post. Go back to training. Met our quota. Cops taking out their own. They're shooting a military man right here. They're taking out their own. This is sick. Fucking sick. Can you imagine this is your brother? Can you imagine this is your son? Oh my God.
Once again, there's zero mental health support here for this whatsoever. And again, they know who he is. Just saying. Oh yes, we were all pissed about this. Every creator that watched or had anything to do with this was beyond pissed about this.
Maybe this. This is just, I mean, you can't see anything.
And now they have a riot shield up. There's the yellow chair. There's the hallway. Okay. Right here, underneath that light. That's the hallway that he's supposedly in. Right there. Right around that corner. I have not once seen anything. Never.
What they're saying here is just, I don't understand. All of their drones failed. When they're talking about that it's too tight to get the drone through there, I think that that's crazy. I don't think it's too tight. Have they ever flown a drone?
All right, hold on here. Let me show you at this point, you guys, this is going on for 2 hours. At this point, when this is being filmed here, you don't see anything. You don't hear anything. No matter what, you hear them. You don't hear any responses. You don't hear nothing, okay?
He told them, that makes no sense. You would have the roommates, you would have the people that also lived in that you would have way more intel. There was no intel going into these people. They have no clue. The comments that they're making is just absolutely ridiculous. This is somebody's life. It's also their own lives. You know, it's their lives too.
And they didn't treat this like a true scene. Multiple people that have watched this, that have been SWAT members, that have been law enforcement members, said this is not treated like a scene that this would happen in. Okay. And it wasn't. It wasn't. Truly. Okay. So then there's snipers outside. 2 shots are taken. The first one misses. Second one is a kill shot. It takes him off. Okay. Or takes him out. I'm sorry. And then that's it. Nothing else. They go in, they clear the apartment, all this other bullshit. You never see Brent Kopacka. I never saw him. I never heard his voice. Okay. It's insane. When did this happen? When did he die? I know people say he didn't die. There's a lot of people that think he's alive. What is this all about? Okay. Why was Moscow PD there? Other than for mutual aid? That's ridiculous. They had Latah County, they had Pullman, and they had Idaho State. Why do you need Moscow there? Especially the 3 officers that I was told were there. Whatever. Then the statement comes out that Detective Payne believes that Brent had someone that could have been the one that did this or had involvement in it, blah, 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 whatever. I'm telling you, at the very least, I think that Brent knew what happened. Period. He made that statement more than once, I was told. And again, there's no way to verify this, folks, at this point at all. Okay? Something's wrong with this situation. And I do believe, because there's been a couple name slips that have happened, that his name has been on the desks, the judge's desk, the attorney's desks, for whatever reason. If he's not involved, why is his name involved? Unk says the Ellie interviews Kopacka's neighbor a few days after the incident. Yeah, 100%. Every bit of this is sus. The roommates not being able to be found and talked to and interviewed, that they just disappear. Really? And I don't believe that this happened at this point right here. Something's weird with this, guys. When did it happen, in my opinion? In our opinion. I don't know. If it did happen, it shouldn't have happened, okay? I'm just telling you. So at this point, is he going to be one of Ann's alternate suspects? Is he going to be brought in as a, some sort of a form of a witness to something, which won't make any sense because he can't be. Okay. There's Amanda says something. A lot of people have said that he was the original Patsy and that he was being threatened and that he flipped out and started talking, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I don't know. Okay. I don't like these rabbit holes, folks, but I'll be damned if they don't dig these holes for us all to jump into. The whole thing sounds like an act, Jen. It's ridiculous. The whole thing, the whole setup. There's no 911 call for this. There's nobody living in the apartment. There's no furniture in the apartment. There's no life. Looks like any life in the apartment. What was this? Once again, and it's been documented. Brent does have PTSD. Brent was the military. He was in the 82nd Airborne. He hand-to-hand combat trained, knife trained, all that kind of stuff. All of it. Okay. But there's something wrong. I think he knows. I don't know. Randy, what are your thoughts on any of this, if anything at all?
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Dago. Yeah, just too many coincidences, too much, not enough information, but enough information to make you go, what the hell is going on? Like, yeah, I've always had problems with Kopacka. There's something there. There is something there, I think. I don't know what. God knows.
I left it alone. I left it alone for a while, quite a while. Okay, but with all this stuff coming out.
Did you say that he admitted he knew what happened?
At some point before this, supposedly he's screaming and yelling, "I know who killed those kids. I know who killed those kids." Never said in specifically, okay, but that statement being said is kind of crazy to be a coincidence, okay?
Yeah, but where did he say that? Where's the proof? Is there video? Is there anything?
There is no proof yet. Okay, if there ever will be, I don't know. But it was brought out early on about this that was stated when he's screaming, yelling, freaking out. Who knows?
Yeah, well, somebody had to say that. Somebody had to say, Brent Kopacka said this, and if it came out, where did it come from? Who put that information out? That's what I believe
initially it came from one of the supposed roommates. One of the supposed roommates were telling everybody what he supposedly was saying and yelling and rambling about during this breakdown or whatever they say he was having.
Do we believe the so-called roommates that he was threatening were actually in that room and we saved them, we pulled them out, before they got hurt? What's that all about?
I don't think that was a real scenario either. And he made that post. He did make a post. Amanda's right, where he said, "I see you," and then he did the whole thing with the eye and all that stuff. And that was interesting too. As if he knows. He knows.
Right.
I want to know what he knew, but we'll never know that. If he knew anything, because he's gone, and that's the uncoincidental issue here. Okay, the biggest issue with this whole thing.
Bottom line to me is, I think that he is definitely going to be considered a possible perpetrator or whatever they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Taylor's going to say there's a possibility here,
Well, that's what my whole thing tonight was about. Is she going to bring him forth as an alternate witness, or I'm sorry, a suspect
Right.
possibly? Is that going to come? Is he going to be one of them? Is it going to be somebody that we don't expect? Is it going to be somebody else altogether different? But this is too coincidental to not have some kind of relation to this case. It just
Absolutely
way too coincidental.
Which is what makes this live great tonight, Dago. You really did a good job on this. You know, it just makes you question everything, you know, but
and we have
I appreciate you letting me up here, and man,
you're always welcome. You know that.
You make me think, buddy. You make me think. I'll tell you what, that's what I love you about. You know.
Well, I appreciate that very much, and very much appreciate you as always. As always. In the beginning, after it happened, remember there were videos of him in the hallway saying someone was after him. That was in June. Yeah. Him leading. That's why I showed that video first. And it was back.
That video flips me out.
Well, it made
that
me
video
wonder.
Flips me out.
Right. And in June, that's around the time Brian arrived in Moscow, or Washington, I should say. That's around the time that this whole thing is starting to evolve, in my opinion. Okay, let me put it that way. That's the time I believe that the Idaho force situation started to evolve, was in that summer, roughly around June, July, whatever. Okay. So slowly everything started to evolve. Something went down, or was going to go down, or whatever. And all this started to evolve around this period of time. Then we have this coincidental video coming from Brent Kopacka saying all this crazy shit, that people are after him, trying to kill him. They're watching him. They're this, they're that. Not to mention, on top of all of that, okay, don't forget, there's 2 parallel investigations going on in Moscow as we speak before this happens. Then we get to November, the murders take place. All this stuff, I think, in some sense, all rolls together. I think it all flows in together at some point, somewhere, somehow. This all goes together.
Yeah,
and it's crazy to me.
I gotta agree. That it just doesn't make sense.
I agree. Backwoods that the dude definitely had some issues. Okay, he was left alone.
Yeah,
he wasn't medicated right. He didn't have the support that he deserved. Truly, okay, that's a fact in my opinion. I'm not saying that that's not what the problem was with him. I think there's more to it too, though. I think there's a possibility that there's a link there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that first video that you showed, you know, when they're talking to him in the hotel or wherever it was, I think you can watch that 2, 3, 4 times, and like, you know, something's going on there. Something is going on. The man, you know, I know he has PSTD, PD.
Yeah, PTSD. I got you.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you, sir. But man, that video just shakes me up for some reason or other. Him talking, and it's like he doesn't know what's going on, and he's like lost, and he's saying all this weird shit. But
and that can be attributed to, like Backwoods said, you know, the man's a vet. He was involved in a bad accident when he was over there, which will cause damage. Okay, it does. The PTSD,
of course.
But then other things started happening, you know, like Candy just said. He said that his girlfriend's brother said that he's going to set him up, that he's going to set him up for murder, and all these other things are happening. And it just very coincidentally falls in play with all this other stuff. Like I said, it may be absolutely nothing, you guys, but it's just another angle that makes some of this stuff make some more sense to me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, when you look at it about you know, alternate suspects, you gotta think there's the possibility there. You gotta think, you know. Nah, I don't know. Now, if Ann Taylor's going to bring up alternate suspects, I don't believe she's bringing up one. No, I believe she's got a couple. She's got a couple.
She even said there's multiple, that Mr. Kohberger is ready and willing to bring forth multiple alternate suspects, and that they're closer to the circle of the victims than what he ever had been, Brian's. Okay.
Right.
So there's a lot of weird things with this, okay? And like I said, this may be no connection whatsoever, but it's been bothering me for a while. Like we looked into this way back in the beginning when it all went down, and like I said, I let it go because I didn't see a connection. I didn't see anything. I was
but now,
things have changed.
Now you
so
have to
much.
wonder.
Yeah,
you have to wonder now, right?
Yeah,
You
everything
know,
has changed so much now.
I live in Pennsylvania. I'm about an hour away from where Brian was nabbed and all that kind of stuff, and just you know. And I was watching some other channels tonight, people coming in with their comments. Well, I've been following this case for 2 or 3 months. I'm sorry. I mean, I appreciate an outsider's opinion. But for those of us who've been following this case since day one, which I have, all of a sudden people... I'm surprised that some of these other true crimers bring on people that really don't know what the hell they're talking about, Now, I have a problem with one person that's in your thing, and you probably know who it is, but I'm not, because you can look at the facts, but I hate when people turn around and constantly guess. Well, this could have happened or that could have happened. Sure. But look at it this way. There's nothing wrong with that. Right. But show me the facts. And one thing, Dago, you've always stuck to the facts. I get some people on. No, you do. And sometimes when you get people on here that just want to throw out their bullshit comments, and I'm sorry, don't ever kick me off your platform because you probably know who I'm talking about.
I wouldn't.
But anyway,
it's fine.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
everybody has their feelings and opinions, and I respect everybody's. There is some things that are way too far-fetched to even grasp onto, but other than that, like I said, we try to base everything on factual information because we're never going to get to the truth, which is what we all want, is the truth. We're never going to get to the truth unless we do base off facts. If we base this off of everything that's come out on this case, we'd be in a corner somewhere banging our head off the wall. Like, yeah.
Well, that's what scares me. That's what scares me sometimes is people's opinions. I mean, people, a certain person or people that are on a lot of these different true crime channels and stuff, and they start voicing their opinions, and it's like, people start going, yeah, well, maybe that, but it's not, you're not sticking to facts. And I see so much of that in the true crime, YouTube bullshit.
There's a lot,
and I follow a lot of people. I mod for a number of people. I follow a lot of people, but you always got to go to those channels like yours that just make sense. And every now and then somebody will get on and just, like, in my opinion, totally screw up the conversation about what's going on and what we're discussing. Don't come up with these bullshit ideas. No, stick to the facts. Daga, what you showed tonight was extremely important. It was, I was intrigued. Because, yeah, you're right. We haven't talked about Kopacka for a while. And now all of a sudden it gives you something else to think about. And that's what I want to hear from people. I don't want to hear these, whoa, what if this or what, they could have done that. I don't know, Anyway,
I get it.
I'm going off.
I said,
I'm going off. I'm sorry.
You're good.
I'm sorry.
Good. The reason, no apologies needed. The reason why I'm going back to some of these things is we've gotten a bunch of different new information over the past 2 months. And I want to go now with what we know now, back to some of this stuff and look at some of this stuff and go, hey, does this have any relevance now with what we know now?
Right.
The difference then from now to then, blah, 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 things like that, just to keep these things all fresh, I guess you could say, so that it's understood. And things that
Yeah.
maybe didn't make sense then, maybe will now. Things that did then may be completely out of the water now. It doesn't. We don't know, but that's the whole point with this case. Okay, and it's driven all of us insane at some point. Yeah,
Well, you
Twin
do
Peaks,
need-
that's exactly what I've been calling this from the beginning. Is Twin Peaks. It's ridiculous.
Well, Dago, you're doing a good job, and I just want to say, all these people that follow you have a great chat, a great group of people. You have great guests on, and I'm always proud, for you to bring me up because I could be an ass. I can tell you that. But, there's 2 or 3 people I follow strongly, and you're one of them, man. You're one of them. You're doing a great job.
I always have. Always have.
Yeah.
That's
why I took out some memberships yesterday. Yeah. Got some memberships yesterday.
I appreciated that too. I appreciated that very much so. Growing the channel.
Oh my God. And people thank me for it. That's so nice. It's so nice. Cause
we appreciate it. We do very much. And thank you, Content.
Gotta support.
Always appreciate it. And you've been here, like I said, a long time, Randy. So I appreciate you from the beginning all the way up to now. So, and that's what it's about, you guys. And this community is very amazing when it comes to that and supporting each other, supporting myself, of course, the channel, and the chase for not the chase, but the look for truth on this is all it is, really. I just enjoy the conversations. I like the think tanks that we have where we can break these things down and try to understand these things. This, like I said, this may not mean anything at all. It's something that hasn't been seen in a lot of places for well over 2 years now. Okay. And at some point you got to look at it and go, okay, did this mean anything? Does it mean anything now? If it doesn't, okay, fine. We looked at it again, move on. That's all there is.
Can we talk about your Discord, Dago, real quick?
Sure. Yes, we can. Absolutely.
What would you like? I know Chick Bait was on earlier, and she was like trying to figure out, Discord and this thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I know I'm with you on Discord. Is that just called the sauce? Is that how people get in there?
That's what we call it, the sauce.
Right. That's what I thought.
Once you get into the Discord, you go into the sauce. You can go into the members chat and all the other channels that are in there and interact with everybody else that's in here. That's in there.
How often you on?
We're Discord? In there all the time. We've more recently started jumping into the members chat more often and started having more conversations. The mods are always in there. I'm always in there with them in the mod chats, just talking about what we're doing with the shows and stuff like that. But everybody's welcome to jump into the members chat and all the other channels in there. And there's everything in there. There's animal channels, there's Idaho, there's cooking channels, there's everything in there. If you guys want to jump in for recipes for whatever, it's just a nice place to hang out. We can't always show
show my 4 puppies, right? I can show my 4 puppies in there somewhere.
They're all in there. Absolutely.
Now I haven't been in for a while. Yeah. I haven't been in for a while. I apologize, and I will
all right.
Be in tomorrow. I'll be in tomorrow. Yep. Cool.
Yes, and we like it in there. There's going to be more that we're going to be doing in there in the community part of it too. That we're planning on doing. We're putting some games together. There's already some games that the mods have dropped in there that you can go in and play on your own if you're bored. Plus we're going to be doing like stuff like the Dateline episode, which we debated watching it all together. And then with us talking about it all the time, we were just like, Alicia and SRB were like, we probably should watch this. And I'm like, well, what the hell? So I started pissing around with it. We watched it in the Discord, but we could have watched it with everybody. I wasn't thinking about that. And then we broke it down after that, the ridiculousness of it. So those are the types of things we're going to be doing in there that we can't do on YouTube and more of that. So the more the people that jump in there, the more we can do. Welcome, Gary. Good to see you.
Well, please, easy people, just download Discord and get on the sauce, man.
Yeah, and if you want to jump in there, there's a link you can get from Brandy. Just email her; she'll give you the link. That way, we have a fresh link for you, and it doesn't expire because that happens all the time. And you're more than welcome in there, guys. Anybody is. We appreciate you very much so. And it doesn't matter what your age is. It doesn't matter what your thoughts are. Whether you believe Brian's guilty or innocent, we don't care. You'll still be treated with respect. That's one thing about this community that we try to stress. You know, there's certain people that are guilters that I still try to show them as much respect as I can. Whether we get it back.
Yeah, you
whatever.
do that.
Yeah,
I do that. That's great.
Yeah, we're not pro burger.
Oh, wait a minute. Right. Seahawks fan is saying yes, Randy. Good. No, wait. Somebody said something about recipes. You better damn well know that I know how to cook. I am the home chef, and I guarantee you want some recipes, I will flat send some recipes out, especially if you like steak.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's actually some God rest her soul. There's some recipes that Wisdom Speaks left in there for us that we've all started trying recently. They're amazing. And we got plenty of stuff in there too. So bring it, drop them in there, leave them in there, take some out, whatever you got to do. We always talk about food in here. You guys know that. So but that's going to do it for the Kopacka stuff, guys. I just said, like I wanted to say, is there's a lot of flags with this. There's a lot of things that make you wonder. There's other people that have talked about that have brought it back up, and I said, what the hell, let's look at it again just for the hell of it, see what we think, see if it's changed, see if it hasn't changed. Either way, we refreshed it in our minds, we revisited the situation, you see what went on that night, or for that matter what didn't go on, maybe, who knows. It's however you see it. So that's what I mean. Yeah, if you want to jump into the Discord, that's what I said, Phil. I don't know if maybe I didn't say it completely. That if you want to jump in the Discord with us for tonight, you have to send out an email to Brandy at mama350@AOL.com. Let her know who you are, that you want to get in the Discord. She'll send you the link back and you'll be brought in. That's all we got to do. For whatever reason, our links we can't leave an ongoing link for people to use and jump in there. It doesn't work. They expire like every 5 seconds or so. It's weird. I don't know why it does that. So, but anybody that wants to jump in there, please do. We'd love to have you. There's plenty of room and plenty of people to greet you. It's very friendly in there. And yeah, they always expire. As soon as I click a link to set it for that, it's gone. It's already expired. So we have to do it that way for whatever reason. I haven't figured it out. I'm not very smart with Discord, if you haven't noticed. So, others mentioned it before, the infamous Prophet Rogers. Thank you, Randy, for being here. And it was wonderful to meet Miss Kathy, your wife. Thank you for having her pop in here with us. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we're gonna get her to start learning how to work, how to work a show. It's funny. That's the first time in good. 2.5 years.
Nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, definitely play games. We're going to be doing a lot more in there too. So I don't know, anything else to add, Randy, before we bring this to a close? We've been here 4 hours. I'm sure everybody's tired of me already. Anything else you want to add to this before we bring her down?
Nothing but thank you, Dago, for a wonderful live. And I appreciate you letting me up here. And what a wonderful chat we had tonight. A lot of people had a lot to say. And saying hello to my wife and stuff, that really makes me,
100%.
Feel good.
100%.
Really makes me feel good. But she fell asleep.
Okay. Mine did too.
And
it makes me feel good
I
that
know
you would want us to say hi to her. That's important to me too.
Well, thank you for a wonderful night, dude. I'll step out, let you close out the show.
Absolutely.
And we'll see you next time.
I can't wait to see
you
up here.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right, buddy. See you.
All right. Great stuff. Great stuff. Always a pleasure to have Randy up here. And JC and Chickbait, appreciate you as well for joining me. And everybody else that's here, I appreciate you guys too. Like I said, you guys may have gotten something out of this. You may have gotten nothing out of this. I just wanted to bring back what went on, what I thought was wrong with it, what seemed strange. And like I said, the fact that it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. I don't even know, Phil. I can't give you an answer on that. I'm not very smart with it. Thanks, Unc. I appreciate you dropping by. We appreciate you very much, sir. I don't know, Phil. I'm going to have to, like I said, I'm not real great with Discord. The mods that run the Discord know a little bit more about it than I do. Thank you, Ginger. I appreciate you being here with us tonight as well. Miss Norma, thank you. Take care. There, Alicia will know. She knows. I don't understand it quite, the function of it truly yet. And I've had it for 3 years, so. Thank you, Heather and Lucy, for everything, as always, your input. Thank you, Happy, for being able to join us tonight. It was great to see you. We should be glad when new people come into the chat so they learn when Dago, everything they said only about. Oh, well, thank you, Happy. It's great to have you here. Let me see. Yes, thank you, Phil. That's great to see you back in here, Phil. We've missed you quite a bit. Oh, wow, that's crazy. See, that shouldn't happen. That should never happen. Thank you, Contessa. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Randy. Poor SRB. I think she had to go to bed. It was a little late for her. It's 12:30, so I'm sorry I drug it out so long, you guys. But I appreciate you guys being here, and I will be here tomorrow for the morning show. We'll see what goes on there. And I hope you guys have an amazing night. No worries, Norma. No worries at all. And guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people. I appreciate and love every single one of you for being here, for supporting this channel just by being here. By the way, once again, we don't ever expect any kind of donations or anything, guys. We do appreciate every single one of them. They help keep me going, but never expect them. So thank you all for any of you that have done that. You're all amazing. Amazing and beautiful people. You guys have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you soon. Good night. God bless. Bye-bye. Thank you again to the moderators for the amazing things they do. I could not exist here without them. That's a fact.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim